That's what I was wondering too. This is,
You guys are sensitive.
and we are. This is, yes. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. It is 2:03 p.m. Today is August 25th. This is the regular meeting of the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners. Can I get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Hank Hughes. Commissioner Adam Johnson.
Present.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Present.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone.
Presente.
And Chair Justin Greene.
I am here. And just for verification, Commissioner Hughes, can you hear us? Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Fabulous. Thank you. We are all here. We have a quorum. Thank you very much. Would you all rise with me, if you can, for the Pledge of Allegiance and the State Pledge? I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship amongst united cultures. Thank you. And if you can remain standing for our land acknowledgement, we acknowledge that this place we now call Santa Fe is known as Ogapoge Owinge, or White Shell Water Place. We recognize that this is the ancestral land of the Tewa people and part of a larger sovereign landscape of the Hickory Apache, Navajo, and surrounding pueblos, who've cared for this land for thousands of years and continue to do so today. We are guests in this land. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And can we get our moment of reflection from Anjelica Griego, please?
Hello. Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions, and in the best interests of our community, we take a moment of silence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And please remain for a moment, please. I want to give a shout out and a deep thank you to Mr. Rande Lupe, who gave his life as a part of being here fighting the Frijoles fire. The team from Hot Shots and all sorts of firefighters, as well as the complex incident management team, are the most amazing group I've really witnessed in a long time. And while I didn't get to meet Mr. Lupe, I do want to send our condolences to his family and to the unit at the San Carlos Fire Department in Arizona. They were here fighting out of their home area, fighting a fire for us. Mr. Lupe left this place, left us, sadly, on Sunday. And everyone who's on this fire definitely has a hole in their heart, and I'm sure that everybody else wants to give thanks. And for our point, Santa Fe County definitely wants to give appreciation to the family. Commissioners?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to acknowledge someone that Santa Fe County has benefited from and libraries across the country have benefited from. And I don't know why it's really getting to me that Dolly Parton has passed, but we have benefited from her foundation. Young kids have read, and it's just a hard goodbye on this one, but I want to make sure that we acknowledge that we've actually mentioned her name in here because of gifts we've received. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Dolly. Commissioners? Thank you, everybody. All right. We have an agenda before us. Item G, is there any changes to the agenda, County Manager Shaffer?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. First, I would just want to note for purposes of our minutes that the initial agenda for today's meeting was posted last Tuesday, and the amended agenda for today's meeting was posted on Friday, August 21st at approximately 1:32 p.m. The substantive differences between the two agendas were to add presentation item number 9A and to add item number 3 to matters from the County Attorney Executive Session number 12A. In terms of recommended changes to the agenda as presented, County staff would respectfully request that item 8F be moved to the beginning of miscellaneous action items so as to ensure prompt board action and the timely recording of the general obligation bond resolution with the county clerk by today's statutory deadline. So again, recommended change to the agenda as presented is to move 8F up to the beginning of miscellaneous action items. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other suggestions or changes proposed? What's the will of the body?
I move to accept the agenda as noted.
Second.
We have a motion to amend the agenda to move item 8F ahead of as the first miscellaneous action item. Motion from Commissioner Bustamante, second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you very much. County Manager, will you please remind me in case I forget?
Will do, Chair.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item H, years of service retirements and new hires.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Want to take a few brief moments to recognize both new members to the county team as well as one retirement, and then several county employees who are celebrating significant anniversaries with the county during the month of August. Starting with new hires, we have 2 employees in the Corrections Department, Javier Chavez and Brian Chiquito. In the County Manager's Office, Eric Martinez rejoined the county in the Risk Management Division, and Veronique Manzir in the Finance Department. In the Community Services Department, I want to welcome Heaven Gomez and Diego Lozano. In Public Works, Carlos Baldonado. Also in Public Works, we have several more. Mitchell Burnett, Kevin Lesperance, Laura Baca. In the RECC, Kylie Durand joined the team as an Emergency Communications Specialist 1 Basic. We have 2 Sheriff Deputy Cadets and 1 Public Safety Aide, Marty Chavez, Moses Romero, and Justin Plummer. And in the Sheriff's Department, we also welcome an accounting technician, Christian Salazar. So welcome to all the new hires who've joined our team, and we look forward, hopefully, to celebrating significant anniversary milestones with them in the years to come. With regard to anniversaries, we had 1 employee celebrating 5 years with the county, Annabelle Almaguer, I believe, in the Corrections Department. Rose Gonzalez is recognizing her 10th year anniversary with the county. And then the following employees are all celebrating 15 years of continuous service with the county. Ernest Aldarte, Roy Arndt Trujillo, Jonathan Hall, William Van Herp, Lula Yont, Michelle Mascarenas Jackson, and Andrew Armijo. So again, all of those last group of employees, ranging from the Sheriff's Department to the Fire Department, CSD, and the County Manager's Office, are celebrating 15 years with the county. Finally, one employee retired during the month of July, Vanessa Rios, in the adult detention facility. We wish her all the best in the next chapter of her life. So thank you, Chair and Commissioners, for allowing us that space and time to recognize both new employees, recently retired colleague, as well as employees who are celebrating significant anniversaries with us.
Excellent. Commissioners? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to say congratulations to everyone, new employees, retirees, and thank you for your service.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone who's joined the county and who has served us well. We welcome you if you are new, and if you are celebrating an anniversary, thank you very much. We really appreciate your work.
I too want to welcome those who are new to working with the county and thank those who've been in service to our communities, because we all know working for the county really means working for the community at large. So thank you all for being here, and for those of you starting out, welcome aboard.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, just I'll add my thanks as well to the newcomers, and congratulations to the one guy retiring. Thank you very much.
Excellent. And Commissioner, me. Thanks. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for your years of service, and congratulations to whoever can manage to retire these days. It's pretty amazing. So thank you, everybody. We've got a great team here, and I always appreciate every single one of you. All right. County Manager, do we have any recognitions and awards and accreditations?
We do. Thank you, Chair Greene, and I think that Daniel Fresquez is going to play a slideshow of photographs from the county fair. So we want to recognize the performance at the county fair by the Santa Fe County Adult Detention Facility Garden. We had an outstanding showing at the Santa Fe County Fair, and if I'm not mistaken, we submitted produce and flowers that were grown through the adult detention facilities garden program, including 5 different vegetables and 8 types of flowers. All 13 entries received blue ribbons and first place recognition at the county fair. The garden is part of the adult detention facilities horticulture-based ecotherapy program, which has been in operation since 2024 and continues to expand. Through the program, participants plant, water, harvest, and maintain a garden that produces flowers, herbs, fruits, and vegetables. The outdoor space is also used for meditation, yoga, and grounding practices. Produce grown in the garden complements participants' work in the facility kitchen, providing a farm-to-table experience that connects growing food with nutrition and food preparation skills. The program is designed to promote healthy and productive activities while building practical skills such as patience, organization, responsibility, and stewardship. Staff shared that participants took great pride in both the harvest and the opportunity to have their work represented at the county fair. At least one RISE participant also had family attend the fair to see the submissions. So we want to recognize the participating individuals as well as the adult detention facility behavioral health staff who support the program and congratulate them on an impressive showing at this year's county fair. Thank you.
Thank you, County Manager. Commissioners, Commissioner Bustamante.
I can't tell you how excited I am about this and how proud I am. It was probably, I hate to say maybe 20 years ago. It was actually at the beginning of the 2000s. There was a young man up north. He was gangbanging and shooting around, and one of our regional farmers, someone who's been very big on the acequia systems and working on this, Miguel Santisteban, some people may know him, and he took this young man under his wing. He was a minor, and he had been through a lot. Fast forward to the reunion of the Zero Emissions Research and Initiatives. The young man is a sophomore at UNM in psychology. And I said, Miguel, what did you do? How did this guy? And he said, I taught him how to plant corn. This just melts my heart. and it feeds people, and it's really about seeing that the land will produce for us if we care for it. So, hot dog. No hot dogs.
Dog.
Fresh vegetables.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hot chili peppers or something. Jalapeno. Commissioner Kakari Stone? Nothing? Commissioner Johnson?
Just briefly, this is very cool, and I am very proud that this program exists within the ADF. Thanks.
Commissioner Hughes? No problem. I do want to give a shout out to everybody that participates in this, and especially to the team that makes this possible. There is something very therapeutic in working the land and understanding, how things grow and the patience it takes to watch something grow, but also the rewarding nature of that. But also learning to control, as minor or as major as it may be, a tragedy, right? A hailstorm can ruin an entire season, and you learn a lot about loss in a way that is definitely therapeutic for people that may not have been able to deal with it so well. So I want to thank everybody. We have the deputy warden here. Was there anything that you wanted to add to this, or you don't have to? I just want to acknowledge you for being here. So I'm going to acknowledge you for please keep this going. This is a great program. We're proud of it with you. Thank you. All right. Any other recognitions there, County Manager?
No, thank you, Chair and Commissioners.
Excellent. Well, thank you. We are on to item 2, matters of public concern. We're going to go online first. Do we have anybody online that would like to speak?
Mr. Chair, we have Chris Michelle's online.
Excellent. All right. Mr. Michels, please take your 3 minutes and tell us what we're up to.
There we go. Okay, it looks like the mic is enabled. Yes. Mr. Commissioner, Chair, and members of the Commission, a number of issues to raise with you. Ongoing, for one thing, which I've mentioned before, is the rules of order. The presentations you just did from the county manager may be welcome, but they're out of place. They violate the rules of order. If he's going to do these, they should be done under the spot on the agenda for the county manager. As it is, you're in direct violation of the rules of order. And this may seem trivial, but it's not trivial at all, because to have rules of order means you're going to follow them, and if you just choose not to, you might as well just tear up the law. So I suggest you consider that. Let him make all these presentations he wants, but in his own spot, county manager. The other thing that I've raised repeatedly and get no acknowledgement whatsoever is that the board ought to be, by their own resolution, inviting public input to action items. The public concern items should not be used to address action items, which are later on the agenda. You should actually get input from the public while you're discussing the action items. That's consistent with Resolution 2013-120. That's 2013-120, which sets up this requirement. It seems like you're just constantly intent on ignoring it. So it's all very confusing why you would even want to do that, but you are doing it. The other thing, which is ongoing, is your constant violation of OMA. This violation of OMA is most apparent in that you are required under OMA to bring your minutes from the last meeting forward at this meeting, and you consistently refuse to do that. You seem to be the only county in the state that chooses to defy OMA in that way. The county manager's answer to, when queried on this, is let them sue us. Really? Your county attorney, your county manager just say let them sue us, and then perhaps we'll follow the law. Maybe you need to take this upon yourself. You are in constant violation of OMA. Why don't you consider that? Because what you've done by this constant violation is you encourage other violations, such as the recent Colpack meeting, outright violations of OMA, and you just ran right through it. I mean, you you had a meeting which was even posted wrongly on the web, so you couldn't even sign on to it. I tried and couldn't. I never was able to sign on to that meeting. You had an OMA violation. It should have been canceled and rescheduled, but you chose not to. It's just that you're constantly, knowingly violating the laws that you are sworn or have an oath to uphold. So please, at some point, consider the moral and ethical implications of what you're doing, because it seems like you're not. So anyway, enough for this week. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Michels. Anybody else online?
Mr. Chair, there are no other users raising their hand.
Excellent. Is there anybody in the chambers that wishes to speak for matters from the public? Please approach and take your 3 minutes and tell us what you'd like to say. Hi, Brett.
Thank you, Chair Greene and Commissioners and Manager Shaffer. My name is Dr. Brett Trusco. I'm a Santa Fe native. I should say New Mexico native, Santa Fe resident. And I'm here to talk early about item 9C. And that is, I think we have the opportunity to save the county a lot of money. We have a proposal, and we think it's very unique. It would generate a lot of money. It would serve the goals of the La Bajada Ranch. I should have mentioned the La Bajada Ranch. We've got initial support from the community. We've got an amazing board of directors who, because of public records, I can't name them, but you'd know the names of the people who want to be involved in the project. And so what I'm saying early is item 9C, to initiate another study, which this would make it about the 16th, 14th study since this ranch was acquired in 2009, is not necessary because it would be in the proposal to be done with private money. And so I think that's all I have to say unless anyone has a question for me. I do have copies if anyone needs to see them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We don't really respond, but if you do want to pass those out, you're more than welcome to leave them with for the board if you would like. Anybody else in the chambers that would wish to speak, please approach. Sure, go ahead.
This is about the sewer line.
No, we are doing matters of public concern, but because I don't know we're going to have public comment about the sewer line, please go ahead and speak to it. Take your 3 minutes and talk about the sewer line, or whatever you'd like.
There's more than me here.
That's fine. They can all speak.
Okay.
Make sure the mic is in front of your mouth, so you can pull it down. It's adjustable.
Okay, sure.
Perfect.
All right, so my name is Christina Iverson. I live at 52 Churchill Road. I'm directly affected by the sewer line at number 12. I'm sure you know about that. So I'm going to start with, there's 3 points. Number 1, on that item, it says breach of contract. What contract are we talking about here? We're talking about the contract that Scott Wilbur signed and the county didn't. Scott Wilbur being the executive director of the New Mexico Land Conservancy at the time, in March 2023. So that's a big question there, right there. Number 2, conservation easement on the Jane Pachetsky, New Mexico Land Conservancy land, which is what Jane Pachetsky, dear old Jane Pachetsky, living treasure for, it was declared at the time for all her philanthropic acts. She donated that land to New Mexico Land Conservancy, and she went to Santa Fe Conservation Trust and had them write all the necessary legal papers to hold the conservation on that land. So you're going to go now and destroy that. The county is going to go and destroy all that for the sewer line, the vegetation, the ecosystem that was already established over there, the animals, everything. 30 feet and roads. The Conservation Trust may allow you for, small footprint utilities like electric and whatever, but doesn't allow for road and intrusive disturbing of that land. So before you go any further, look into that. Number 3, you say there somewhere in that item, the item lists land acquisition. What are you trying to do? Condemn HB 393, introduced by Bill Richardson in 2007, tells you that, says that you cannot condemn, you cannot declare eminent domain on private property for land development. Let me remind Mr. Hughes that in May, when we met with him and the county about this, about 15 people were there, all our neighbors, I asked him specifically, why did the county take over this project? And his answer was, to all of us, the developer ran out of money. Really? Okay, so don't use public funds. I'm seeing my time is almost out. There's both legal and environmental ramifications. There's an alternative, dinosaur trail. Look into that. Not the whole thing can be redone, just part of it. I respectfully request that you look over everything before you go behind doors, closed doors, and negotiate this with the county, who just can't get his hands on that. But you need to appreciate everything else in this situation. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else here in the room? Please approach. Yep. Yes.
Hi. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Just, everything that she said, I agree with. But we're just asking you, to just consider everything, and it directly impacts our property. The sewer will go directly right through our front yard. And, with the conservation easement, we just have questions on that. It seems that Jane Pacheski took a lot of steps to protect it for a reason, and we hope that you guys will honor that intent as well. There's plenty of animals that live out there that you don't see anywhere else. There's foxes, coyotes, red-tailed hawks, tons of rabbits and snakes, and just all the excavation and machinery that will be used for the sewer line, that's going to interrupt all that. And so we're just hoping that you guys carefully look at things and explore the dinosaur trail. It seems like it would actually be the best. I know it might be a little bit more expensive, but it seems like it would be the best choice from when we're looking at our easements and everything. And a long time ago, there was some engineers that did some project. They looked at all the projects, and there was another route that went closer to the, I guess, the Arroyo Hondo. And so if you guys could just look at that, like all that money's already been spent on all of that. I don't understand why they want to go through the Conservancy. So anyway, I'm trying to think, I don't know what else to say. I didn't really plan on speaking, but I did write all you guys a letter, and I took a lot of time to do that. I was born and raised here, you were my coach, protect our people. Jennifer Bermudez was my name back in the day, yeah. And so we're just asking you guys to take us into consideration. When we moved out there was nothing out there. And now I guess there's all kinds of apartments and all kinds of buildings. I don't even know where you guys are getting the water, to be honest. But take us into consideration, because we're the people that grew up here. We didn't move from wherever else. We're not these big corporations that, Oshara Village, it's not our fault that they built a faulty sewer system. And now you guys are trying to fix it. It should be up to them to put the money out and not go right through practically on the right alongside our living room. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the chambers? Please approach. Come on up. And just for reference, we will not be having public comment about this item. We will be in executive session later So if there is anybody here that wants to speak to this issue, that specific issue of the sewers in that area, this is your time. But go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Honorable Commissioners, all of you. I appreciate the time. And I'm a Churchill resident also. I'm here to talk about the same thing. I'm not going to elaborate a lot of details because I sent an email to you, all of you, and I know a lot of my neighbors did too, and a lot of my neighbors were a lot more intense than I was because I didn't expect somebody to take the time to read so many pages, but they had very explicit information, everything to go through to prove that the sewer line should not run through the property, the ranch that Jane Pacheski donated. It'd do so much damage. And the important thing is, as I understand it, you commissioners have the ability, the responsibility to stop this, to keep it from happening. And that's what I'm asking you to do, is to do your commitment to all of the residents of Santa Fe County. And I also understand, again, the reason I say I understand these things, I'm not an attorney, I'm not able to distinguish between some of that stuff, but a lot of people say that it's, not only not in the common sense, but it's illegal. And so if we have a problem and we can run a sewer line through and destroy a lot of life, a lot of land, animals, wildlife, the native plants, and we don't have to do that when there's already a sewer line going down Dinosaur Trail that will suffice, could be used. And I would just ask you to really research that and say, why not? Why are we not running it down Dinosaur Trail? And why are we doing this that should not be done? That's all I ask, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the chambers that wishes to speak on matters of public concern? Yeah, that. So this is, yeah, so we would, just to give you a matter of, so we can be transparent about this, we go into executive decision, we discuss the merits of the things, we will come here and make a decision. Any decision is made in open forum like this. So we don't make a decision back there, we do it out here. But we discuss it in private to understand the legal issues regarding this. We don't know. We'll find out. It's on the agenda to potentially be made today. To potentially be made today. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Anybody else in the room? Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. We have some meeting minutes to go over. One of the things we need to remember for the meeting minutes, these are the meeting minutes of July 27th. And for the record, that the meeting minutes, we adjourned and went into closed executive session. So if we can make sure that the meeting minutes reflect that the discussions in the executive session were were limited to the matters that were set out on the agenda, and no decisions were made afterwards in that. For the record. Good enough for you? Thank you. We got somebody trying to break in.
Mr. Chair, if you could just give us 2 minutes.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. So we have those notes on the minutes. What is the will of the board?
I move to approve the minutes from the July 27th Board of County Commission meeting.
With those added notes, yes?
Those added notes, yes, please,
Excellent.
thank you.
You're welcome, and I will second that, just to move things along. We have a motion by Commissioner Bustamante, a second by myself. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, we have meeting minutes. Moving on to the consent agenda. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 items on the agenda. Anybody want to take anything off of it? Hear it? What's the will of the...
Before we vote, Chair, I just want to make a comment. I really appreciate all the services of what we're approving today, of all the community organizations, especially La Familia this week. You all stand out with shining stars, but La Familia really stepped up to the plate to protect when there was an arrest, without administrative or judicial warrant, an arrest of an immigrant, and that person has been taken to a detention center. And I just want to thank the executive director and the leadership of La Familia in responding to that in such valiant ways to protect our communities.
Thank you, Commissioner Kokari Stone. Any other thoughts or comments? What is the will of the board?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda items A through,
G.
A through G. Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Kokari Stone, a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, we've got them. And I don't see any resolutions. Looky there. Excellent. So, okay, we're going to move to consideration of commissioners' proclamations, resolutions, recognitions, and other action items. Request for approval of a letter from the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners opposing the Save America Act. Commissioner Kokari Stone, please.
Thank you. The public, chair, and commissioners, I'm bringing this letter forward today because elections are at risk. It's our local communities, our county clerks, our election workers, poll workers who make democracy work. This letter commends New Mexico's congressional delegation for opposing the Save America Act and asks them to continue opposing this legislation substantially similar to provisions. This is fundamentally a county government issue, and our communities deserve the right to vote with no executive interference. Why are we concerned, commissioners and the public? The Save America Act would require documentary proof of citizenship for voter registration, impose additional verification and record reconciliation responsibilities, require new training in voter education, and increase potential criminal exposure for elected officials. This timing today matters because yesterday the Supreme Court action allowing portions of the administration's executive order involving mail-in voting to move forward underscores a large concern. Major federal changes to election administration are moving quickly, while counties are ultimately responsible for implementation. Election security and voter access do not have to be competing values. We can and must protect both. We have online today, with permission, Chair, our County Clerk, who has been leading many of these efforts here in Santa Fe County, statewide, and nationally, who wanted to speak. This election security and voter access aren't competing. We must protect eligible voters, protect election workers, strengthen election security, respect local election administration, and don't hand counties an unfunded mandate to expect us to figure it out on election day. May we, Chair?
Yes,
listen
please.
to Clerk Clark.
Mr. Chair, Commission, thank you so much for letting me speak, and thank you so much to Commissioner Kokari Stone for bringing forward this letter. We have some concern. I'm the Vice Chair of the Election Subcommittee for Finance, Pensions, and Intergovernmental Affairs at National Association of Counties, and have been very active in the last 2 years and on Capitol Hill, essentially, ensuring that our elected officials at the federal level understand how radical this law would be if it were to pass, because it would take effect overnight. Our concern is that there is not adequate runway, there is not adequate funding, and the real impact on our voters cannot be understated. We have some concerns that the SAVE Act has been attached to several pieces of legislation particularly the continuing resolution that is up for a vote when the Senate returns on September 14th. So it is extremely timely for us to make sure we are tracking this legislation and working with our National Association of Counties on their advocacy, trying to educate, particularly the Senate, where the bill has not passed and is sitting, the impacts that it would have on counties throughout the country in terms of making sure our voters have access to the ballot. Because, for instance, we know that if the were to pass, it would take effect overnight. So as soon as the president were to sign it, online voter registration would no longer be available in this state. All the voters would be kicked off the voter rolls and would need to reapply using either their passport or their birth certificate, and the names would have to match. And one of the big discussions has been that most married women do not have documentation that matches exactly their names. So we're looking at significant changes. The Postal Service just finalized their rule that would essentially create a bottleneck where we have to pre-upload the voters that are allowed to have a ballot sent to them 90 days from the election, and that date has already passed. So we're seeing significant changes happening at the federal level without the adequate runway to really understand what the impact would be. And the timing, of course, is concerning, given that we're going into a general election. So thank you very much to the Commission for writing this letter, for being our champion in terms of understanding how negative an impact would be simply because we don't have the runway to execute this correctly and not disenfranchise our voters.
Thank you, Clerk Clark. Commissioner Kakari-Stone, what else? Anything else?
I just want to thank you for bringing this forward. It's very important, and the hypocrisy is grand. You know, to prohibit people from voting mail-in and be someone who's doing it. I mean, we could go on. So thank you sincerely for bringing this forward.
Thanks. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone. The SAVE Act is a pathetic, ticky-tacky voter suppression, and we should oppose it. So let's sign it.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing this forward, Commissioner Kakari-Stone. It's very important that we oppose this act. And yeah, for all the reasons stated by the clerk, this is a very bad law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I do want to thank Commissioner Kakari-Stone and Clerk Clark for being advocates in this space. You know, this is, as everybody has said, this is really inappropriate in a democracy. We should be getting more people to vote. We do not have significant you know, fraud in our elections. We've got pretty well-run elections, especially, I would say, in Santa Fe County. Thank you, Clerk Clark, and New Mexico in general. If they wanted to produce some proof that said that we were there was fraud, I would love to see it, but I don't see it, and they don't produce anything. So, you know, you're just throwing spaghetti at the wall and trying to see what sticks. And I guess my question for Clerk Clark and for our attorney, and maybe for Commissioner Kakari-Stone, is there any, are we in any position to file, you know, this is a letter, but can we file something that says that we're against this? So if this bill becomes law, are we in a position to say we're against this? Is there something that we need to do to authorize that?
Mr. Chair, I could take that question.
Please go ahead.
So anywhere there's been an opportunity for, as Santa Fe County Clerk, to sign on to a different amici briefs that we've been submitting at the federal level, we have been doing that and I'm very active. We expect the secretaries of state as well as the attorney generals to file another lawsuit. One of the important things to understand about the Supreme Court allowing the lawsuit to go through is that they said it was because it was not timely. Essentially, you know, the issue was not ripe. But now that the Trump administration and the Postal Service have finalized their new rule regarding mail-in ballots, right, we're expecting another lawsuit to be dropped this week, essentially because now the issue is ripe. We are looking at, I've actually did ask the National Association of Counties if they would find clerks or counties withstanding, essentially to litigate this. I don't think there's an appetite for that. They are much more likely to do a lot of advocacy work. And so we're going to be rolling out, sort of the version 4 of being on Capitol Hill and making sure folks understand just how of a significant change this would be, and the fact that it takes effect overnight. As you might know, elections take 3 to 5 years to really plan, especially with new changes and implementation. So I think we've looked into sort of talking to different elected officials who may want to sort of break out on their own and work with different nonprofit organizations who are sort of litigating this. And I assume there will be more opportunities as they come up. But I know that, the counties will not do it. But I think there is some appetite to join in with the secretaries of state and the attorney generals for some of the larger counties that would have huge impacts and would have standing on the changes that are being proposed. As you may know, this is a moving target because we are seeing the litigation happening in real time, and we're, in discussions of what we can do to make sure we're protecting our voters.
Thank you. I don't think time for advocacy is there anymore. I think we've run out of that time, and I think honestly they've run out of time to try to implement this for this election. But nonetheless, the rulemaking that was made is separate from the Save America Act, correct, Clerk or Commissioner Kokari-Stone?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commission, yes. So the SAVE Act is essentially passed the House. It's on pause and sitting in the Senate. Lisa Murkowski is the senator who has said she won't vote for it on the Republican side, so they don't have enough votes to pass the filibuster. However, there is some concern that as they're attaching it to various bills that are critical to pass, especially, given would we be looking at another shutdown, and is there an appetite for that politically? There's worried that it's going to be higher and higher stakes to not pass the bill in the Senate. And again, it doesn't matter if there's an election happening, it would take effect overnight. The second issue is the one we're talking about, which is that some of the elements of the SAVE Act is also appearing in the rule that was just passed finalized by the Postal Service. Essentially, the Postal Service has created a portal that says the secretaries of state have to allow county clerks or the Secretary of State to upload the data of who would be allowed to get an absentee ballot 90 days out. And then we would not be able to send absentee ballots to anyone who was not on that list. And that list has to be validated via SAVE. So there's some language in there that is very similar, and sort of elements very similar to the SAVE Act, and that is based on Trump's executive order from March. So we're seeing kind of two significant changes moving through the federal government that would have very distinct and I would say catastrophic effects on our ability to vote, particularly since as soon as the bill were to pass, it would take effect, and then the administrative rule would actually take effect. The postal rule would actually take effect as soon as the injunction were cleared through a legal process. They essentially wrote the rule saying, we acknowledge that we have an injunction, but if the injunction were to go away, this rule would take effect. So there is some concern that in terms of timing, it's still, should something happen and a court approve it, it would essentially green light the fact that we would have to pre-upload a voter roll, and then that voter roll would determine who would get a ballot.
Commissioner Kokari-Stone? County Attorney Boyd, is there something that we should be doing in support of this and all of these actions on behalf of Santa Fe County and the clerk?
Chair Greene and members of the County Commission, as Clerk Kark has ably explained, the proposed rule predominantly affects election administrators, such as the Secretary of State and county clerks, and to the extent that the county clerk becomes involved in any judicial challenge to the now finalized rule issued by the United States Postal Service, the board could certainly take a look at whatever means it can provide to assist her with participating in that litigation. But in terms of what the board can do directly, as Clerk Clark has suggested, and I think as you've all seen in the news coverage, the litigation concerning this rule predominantly is being brought by states, including the state of New Mexico, on behalf of their citizens, as well as groups like the League of Women Voters and others who are directly affected by the rule. And so At this time, I don't believe that the Board of County Commissioners would be the most suitable plaintiff in a challenge to the rule, but certainly you can look at all options for providing support to the clerk, and I'm happy to look at it further if you would like me to.
I think we would like to be of all the support possible to the clerk in this matter. So, but go
Yeah,
ahead.
I do agree. And I just want to thank you, Chair Greene. Thank you, Attorney Boyd. Clerk Clark is an innovator and leader nationally, and I just appreciate that she's protecting our voting rights locally. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, to our attention, and I'm glad that we could support it. I welcome and highly encourage you to report back to each BCC meeting. Give us updates. November's around the corner, so I fully support us rallying around your efforts.
Yes, Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, I thank you, Chair, and thank you for those comments, Commissioner Carson. I want to echo them because I think what Clerk Clark just said was extremely cogent, easy to understand, and yet shows us how high stakes this is. So, Clerk Clark, I very much appreciate you laying it out for us. You've clearly studied the matter, and your advocacy is essential in this. So I just wanted to make sure that we appreciate you for that. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, Board of Commissioners, if you may, I make a motion that we approve the letter from the Santa Fe County RBCC here and oppose the Save America Act and move this letter forward to our congressional delegation.
I will second that. Thank you, Commissioner. We've got a motion from Commissioner Kakari Stone, a second from myself, Commissioner Greene. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you so much. Thanks.
And I would like to just ask that the minutes read seconded by Chair Greene. I think that's important.
Thank you.
This is big.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I hope this stops this measure. So, thank you, Clerk Clark. Have great travels out there. Thank you for being here virtually and to stand up for this. Thanks. Excellent. Here we have a resolution requesting that the New Mexico Department of Transportation to designate a portion of New Mexico State Highway 41 between mile markers 45 and 49 as Survivors Memorial Highway, and to install appropriate highway signs honoring the strength, resilience, and memory of survivors of human trafficking, sexual exploitation, sexual assault, and domestic violence, child abuse, and missing and murdered Indigenous women and relatives. Commissioner Bustamante, please take this away.
Thank you, Chair Greene and Commission. This is something that happened years ago. It's been 10 years, and we have not seen in this state accountability for what happened, and it was very difficult to really realize that it was in District 3. But then it was, and I've mentioned it before in this courthouse, that there were things on 60 Minutes Australia that mentioned that New Mexico was in the middle of nowhere and that this Zorro Ranch was in the middle of nowhere, and we did not take these things seriously, and that we barely learned the term human trafficking. What we have not done is we have not done right by the survivors. And sincerely, it's time that we do. We all have seen in the media and in the news that there was a descanso that was placed near the gate, and we have the Zorro watchers who go out and remember what has happened there and watch people go in and out of there. But that descanso has been removed a number of times. And it's very painful, as it was communicated to me by one of the survivors who's going to speak today, because it starts to lend to not feeling believed, and that this is disrespected in the interest of the care for the memory of these women who suffered at the hands of this person. So at this time, Representative Tara Lujan and I were working to find a way to get permanent memorial, and which is what has been asked for by the Zorro survivors. And we're working towards that. But in one of the conversations with the Department of Transportation, It is a large, vast area, and there are specific mile markers where it's in and it's out, and you see what was there. And I have to tell you, the first time I decided to just go there is it got me right here. It's just something that we have to acknowledge for the healing of these women. So at this time, we're going to have a statement that was provided by Representative Lujan, who is on her way to Dublin. And then after this statement, so my liaison for District 3, Brittany, will read the letter from Representative Lujan, and then we will have a statement from our representative from the Department of Transportation, and then we will hear from survivors. Thank you, Brittany.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, and most importantly, the survivors who have carried a burden far too heavy for far too long. I stand in full support of the resolution passed by the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners to initiate the renaming of this corridor of State Road 41. For decades, the high desert surrounding Zorro Ranch has shrouded in secrecy, isolation, and unyielding trauma. Far from public view, innocent lives were subjected to horrific abuse, exploitation, and profound suffering. For years, the geography itself felt tainted by that isolation. But through this resolution, Santa Fe County has chosen to break that silence. Renaming this public roadway is not a mere administrative gesture. It is a deliberate, permanent declaration. It sends an unmistakable signal that our community sees the survivors. It honors their incredible courage in coming forward, breaking through decades of pain to demand truth, transparency, and accountability. By replacing a legacy of harm with a tribute to resilience, this action transforms a simple stretch of pavement into a monument of awareness. It ensures that anyone traveling through Santa Fe County is reminded that we will no longer look away. We choose light over shadow, truth over complicity, and the strength of survivors over the power of perpetrators. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to the Transportation Secretary David Quintana and the dedicated staff of the Department of Transportation. Their willingness to partner with our local leaders, navigate the administrative process, and prioritize the implementation of this designation makes this transition possible. I applaud the Commission and the Department for taking this vital step, and I join them in standing unreservedly with the survivors as we work to see this renaming brought to complete fruition. Thank you. Tara Lujan, New Mexico Representative, District 48.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brittany, and thank you, Representative Lujan. Mr. Valdez, please join us.
Does that make sense? Chairman Greene, members of the Santa Fe Commission, County Manager Shaffer, great to see you. Thank you for having me here today and allowing me to speak. On behalf of the New Mexico Department of Transportation, I want to recognize the importance of what you're asking us to do to preserve the memory and honor the survivors of Zorro Ranch and other places by dedicating this corridor in their name. This is more than a name on a roadway. It's an opportunity to ensure that the history, courage, and experience of those survivors are not forgotten. I want to be clear that today's resolution does not constitute the final approval of the corridor dedication. If this resolution is adopted by the County Commission, NMDOT will take it through the appropriate state process, including the consideration by the full State Transportation Commission at a future meeting. I appreciate Commissioner Bustamante and everybody's leadership in bringing this forward, and I appreciate the opportunity for NMDOT to participate in a process that could ultimately create a lasting tribute, not only to the survivors and their families, but others who we have lost because of trafficking in our state. If passed, I will respectfully carry the county's request forward and ensure that it receives the appropriate consideration through the State Transportation Commission process. Thank you for having me here today.
Thank you for joining us, and thank
Thank
you
you,
for
Mr.
supporting
Valdez.
us. Yes.
Okay, next we'll hear from Rachel Benavides. Would you like your sister's book with you? I will ask. And you can just place it there, yeah. Thank you. You can put it down. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair Greene and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak to this committee in support of Resolution 2026. My name is Rachel K. Benavides, and I am a daughter of New Mexico. I was born literally 4 blocks east of this very podium. I mention this because I want to convey to you how proud I am of being a New Mexican. My great-grandfather, Frank Ortiz, served as mayor of Santa Fe from 1948 to 1952. My great-grandmother, Lucy Ortiz, First Lady of Santa Fe, became a widow upon my grandfather's death in 1984. In October of 2006, 22 years later after Frank's death, and on Lucy's 100th birthday, the then mayor of Santa Fe, Larry Delgado, presented her with the key to the city. This was an honor to her and my grandfather's legacy. This monumental event, ironically and sadly, took place during a time in my life when I was in the throes of trauma. This trauma being the sexual abuse, assault, and exploitation I had endured just a few years earlier by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. This abuse occurred at his private residence, a ranch he named Zorro. This defiled property was assessed via a 2-lane highway in Stanley, New Mexico Road 41. Myself, along with many others who suffered at the hands of that monster, are here today to reclaim our agency with this resolution to rename this highway. This was the highway that led to the place where heinous sexual abuse and crimes occurred. This resolution proposes to rename New Mexico Road 41 to the Survivors Memorial Highway. This would be a victorious step towards truth, justice, and accountability that we are fighting so fiercely for. We will not let the world forget what happened here in New Mexico, and we will never let it happen again. Never again. This is a chance for New Mexico to help rewrite this dark history. Both small and large victories matter. Your vote of yes would be a huge victory for survivor sisters and all of survivors of sexual abuse and human trafficking. By voting yes to this historical and impactful resolution, you are helping to heal the gaping wound that monster left on this sacred land, as well as in our hearts and in our minds. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you very much.
We have other survivors who would like to speak. Is there, for those who are online?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, we do have a couple of people online. Amanda Roberts is raising her hand.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing us and seeing us. My name is Amanda Roberts, and I am the sister-in-law of Virginia Roberts Giuffre, the memoir in which my beautiful sister Rachel was holding in her hands. Virginia passed away this last year in April of 2025. She was a victim at Zorro Ranch. And I cannot express how much this means to our family to be able to rename that road and to be able to bring healing to the survivors of this atrocity and to our family. We want to thank New Mexico for being the first state to take steps this year with the New Mexico Truth Commission and the Attorney General. And renaming this road is just another step towards healing and accountability. It would acknowledge what happened there, not just for Epstein survivors, but every single survivor in your state and county. It would let them know that you see them, that you acknowledge their pain, and that you are willing to move forward as a state. So we just want to thank each and every one of you for hearing us and seeing us, and hope that you would vote yes on this resolution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we have two other people raising their hands. Juliet Rose Bryant.
Excellent. Ms. Bryant, please.
Thank you for everyone for being here today. Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Thank you.
So thank you for fighting for justice, and thank you to everyone for being here in the honor of the survivors and also the victims, those who are no longer here. Let's take a moment to breathe and eternally, sorry, I'm reading my notes because, I wrote my speech. Let's take a moment to breathe and eternally honor these incredible soldiers who helped change the world. Angels like Virginia Roberts Gouffet. Epstein kidnapped me to the ranch in 2004 when I was 22 years ago. He took me to a lot of the properties, and I really want to try fight for justice here. And this has been a long road for all of us. Let's rename the roads so that these angel soldiers are always remembered. Let's rename the road to pave a better path for all of us. There will be justice at the end of the road. No, that's all I have. I'm just sending everyone lots of love, and thank you for helping.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much.
Mr. Chair, next we have Charlene Rochard.
Ms. Rocher, please take it away.
Hi, thank you, Chair Greene and commissioners. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today, and thank you for taking the time to consider renaming this road Survivors Highway. My name is Charlene Rochard, as you heard, and I'm a survivor of human trafficking and abuse by Jeffrey Epstein and others. And for me, and for so many other survivors, this is deeply personal. Trafficking survives in silence, and so many of us victims are unseen while being harmed, and many survivors spend years trying to be heard, believed, and understood. Some never have the opportunity to tell their stories at all, and many haven't. That's why the name Survivors Highway would mean so much. It would mean more than just the name of the road. It would be a lasting tribute to those who survived, to those we have lost, and to those who may be still searching for a way out. Every person who will drive down that highway and see the name will be reminded that survivors were there and are still here. And we have voices, and what happened to us should never be forgotten. It would also bring awareness to human trafficking in a very public and permanent way. Maybe someone will see that sign and ask, what does that mean? Or maybe a parent will have an important conversation with their child. Or maybe a survivor will see those words and feel, even just for a single moment, that their community sees them. And I'm incredibly grateful for the support that the commission and the department have already shown us. Having leaders stand beside survivors, it really sends a powerful message. And by approving this, you would be sending a powerful message. So today I'm asking that you take that support one step further and approve Survivors Highway, because for me, those two words represent strength, dignity, remembrance, and hope. And to say for every survivor who passes that road, you survived, you matter, you are seen, and you will never be forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, next we have Ashley.
Go ahead, Ashley.
Hi, I want to say first, thank you for hearing us and giving us this opportunity. I think the renaming of this highway would not only serve as a reminder for us and for everybody, but also for those who haven't yet been assaulted, who will be, just a reminder that, you know, there is strength, there's resources out there, that, you know, there's hope, that like if you fight long enough, hopefully there's hope. But just as a symbol to what we've all been through, to those of us that aren't here anymore, not just us, but all survivors. So I just want to ask that you please consider giving us this. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you sincerely. I want to commend the bravery that it's taken for these women to speak. I want to commend the bravery of Rachel Benavides, who has carried a flag and has shown leadership and has the power to really make this happen. Is there anyone else who's with you, Rachel, who wanted to speak? Or we will move to the missing, murdered Indigenous. If you can speak to... Yep. Okay.
But she just wanted to say that real quickly, because she wasn't able to say it in person. Oh gosh, now I can't find it. Hold on, bear with me. Just to thank everyone in New Mexico for doing this and she wanted to say how meaningful it is for all of us.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Rachel.
On behalf of Annie Farmer.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Kimberly, and Kimberly goes to the gate and remembers and has been a survivor as well, and really represents the missing, murdered Indigenous women. So, Kimberly, thank you so much for being here.
My name is Kimberly Franco. I am a survivor of human trafficking. I was trafficked when I was 15 years old on the reservation of Newcomb High School, and also trafficked in New York City, Spokane, Washington, and back in Gallup again, abducted twice. This hits home because I think about our sisters who are visible right now with the Epstein Ranch, who has not been heard. And as you guys know, we are the highest rate going missing in the state. Not many people can acknowledge the human trafficking that is done to our Indigenous sisters and relatives on the reservation, especially the ancestry land that it sits on, that no one can acknowledge. And I stand here today to acknowledge Dora Ranch sits on 7,600 acres of Tiwa homelands and territories. And I just want the commissioners to understand the historical trauma that this land sits on and the hieroglyphs Mr. Epstein has been putting his property on, and how devastating it is to our people, that we continue to be overlooked, brushed under the rug. And I have been doing this work for a long time, and I've been speaking with the Department of Justice, and nothing has been done yet. And I took the liberty upon myself as a survivor of reporting traffickers myself, reporting trap houses and drug dealers, because that's where it starts. And so far, as of this week, 3 were arrested this week. Upon that, missing and murdered, I've been the forefront helping other families find their missing loved ones, going out to other organizations for help. Because I came here independently, I don't have my own organization, but I know the forefront of what it is to be trafficked and oversighted in this community, but upon generations. And I stand here today because I want to break cycles, and I think this is something that needs to show the world what had happened, but also healing and restoration that's going on this land, but also what had happened there. And I know for a fact that there was a Hopi sister that was trafficked there. There could be many other Indigenous sisters who need to come forward, which I stand here for them in their place, because they get retaliated and justice is not served for them too. And the reason why we wear the red handprint on our mouth is because of silence, continually silence, and those that did not have the chance to speak out, didn't have the opportunity that I have to stand here today, right now. And this is just the beginning, acknowledging what had happened there at Zola Ranch, but as many other places on the reservation where many are being trafficked right now in the state. And I want to ask for approval of this highway memorial, and I wear this Hopi butterfly for our sisters, for them. And I continue to advocate and do my work and continue upon a voluntary basis to track these traffickers, because I was 15 years old. I was a young girl. I was groomed. I was manipulated. And the shift blaming and, oh, you're making stuff up. So many things that people do not understand. We're not a piece of property. We're not sexual toys. We're not to be played with. And I stand here today for all the survivors and many others to come forward, but also to be strong. Because, you know, we did have that power, and we are taking that power back. And we're not giving none of our power. We're not powerless, but we're strong. And we stand here today that we hold everybody accountable. I mean, everybody accountable. And we need your help, and this is a start. And in this territory, to acknowledge that it's an honor to be here, and to know that we're not invisible, and it's the beginning of just one sister, and that you see me, and that you understand what I've been through and came from. And that way we can heal together, because it has to do a lot of history and breaking generations. And if there's any more conversation that we could have like this, and more could be done on our lands and vice versa. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Now, Kimberly and Rachel are going to read the resolution for us. They've split it up by, you've split it up in who will, and then you can just trade on the microphone. If you can join her, Rachel, thank you.
A resolution requesting New Mexico Department of Transportation to designate the portion of New Mexico State Highway 41 between mile marker 44 and 49 as a survivors' memorial highways, to install appropriate highway signs honoring the strength, resilience, and memory of survivors and human trafficking, sexual exploitation, sexual assault, domestic violence, child abuse, and missing and murdered women and relatives, MMIR. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe recognize inherent dignity, humility, and worth of every person, and is commit its protecting and safe rights of a well-being of all individuals. Whereas human trafficking, equal exploitation, domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, and ongoing crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women relatives represent profound violations of human rights that have caused immeasurable suffering to individual families, tribal nations, communities throughout New Mexico and the United States and the world. And whereas the property commonly known as Zola Ranch, located
adjacent
to New Mexico State Highway 41 in Santa Fe County, became the site of an international recognized crime involving exploitation of abuse of women, young girls, forever making this cornered as place of reminds us of devastating consequences of violence, concord of the abuse of power. Whereas, while this location hears historical significance because of these crimes, and Memorial Highway, it's not intended to commemorate the perpetrator of his acts, committing there the rather of honor of extraordinary courage and resilience and healing, and perseverance of survivors everywhere, to remember those lives were taken who disappeared, remaining and unresolved. And whereas the Board of County Commissioners recognizes the disappropriate impact upon violence on Indigenous women and girls, Two-Spirit and relatives stand in solidarity with tribal nations, tribal communities, survivors, and families seeking justice, accountability, healing, and remembrance. Whereas public memorials provide opportunities for education, reflection, and awareness for acknowledging painful chapters, shared history, while affirming our collective responsibility to prevent exploitation, violence, trafficking, and abuse in all forms. Whereas designated this portion of New Mexico State Highway 41 as Survivor Memorial Highway transfers a location associated with exploitation into one dedicated to remembrance, healing, resilience, hope, and justice, and enduring strength of survivors.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners hereby, number one, respectfully requests that the New Mexico Department of Transportation designate the portion of New Mexico State Highway 41 extending from the mile marker 45, which I thought we spoke of 44.
That will be corrected to 44. Sorry.
From 44 to mile marker 49 as the Survivors Memorial Highway. Number two, requests that the New Mexico Department of Transportation install official highway signs at each end of the designated corridor, identifying the roadway as the Survivor Memorials Highway. Number three, declares that this designation shall honor survivors of human trafficking and sexual exploitation, survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse, missing and murdered Indigenous women and relatives, MMIWR, families who continue to seek truth, justice, and healing, and all individuals whose courage inspires communities to confront violence and protect future generations. 4, the board reaffirms Santa Fe County's commitment to collaborating with tribal governments, Pueblo communities, law enforcement agencies, victim advocacy organizations, healthcare providers, educators, and community partners to strengthen preventing efforts, support survivors, improve public awareness, and advance justice for victims of violence and exploitation. Number 5, the county manager is directed to transmit certified copies of this resolution to the New Mexico Department of Transportation, the Governor of New Mexico, the New Mexico Attorney General, members of the New Mexico Legislature representing the Santa Fe County, the New Mexico Human Trafficking Task Force, the New Mexico Indian Affairs Department, and interested tribal government and Pueblo nations. Be it further resolved that the board intends the Survivors Memorial Highway to stand as a lasting symbol of resilience, healing, remembrance, and hope, recognizing not only those whose stories have become known, but also those whose voices were silenced, whose disappearances remain unresolved, and whose families continue to seek justice. May this designation remind all who travel this corridor of our collective
this corridor of our collective responsibility to protect the vulnerable, uphold human dignity, and ensure that such violations are never forgotten and never repeated.
You don't have to read the next.
Okay, passed, approved, and adopted.
Thank you both so much. Thank you for your bravery. Thank you for sharing this. Thank you for the reminder that we cannot ever let down our guard, that this happens, and it's never acceptable. Never again. Thank you. I would like to make the motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Talk amongst yourselves. Not
Commissioner,
really.
before I go to comments from the rest of the commission, I do want to make everybody who's in the room or paying attention online with us aware of two resources that are available to everybody in Santa Fe County and nationally. Here in Santa Fe, we have the Solace Sexual Assault Services. Their phone number, 24/7 hotline, is 1-800-721-7273. They are a resource for anybody subject to this who needs crisis at any moment. And then folks who are more statewide, there's a New Mexico Sexual Assault helpline at 1-800-667-5533. Please, if you need help, reach out and do what you can. We're here to help any way we can. Commissioners? Commissioner Kakari-Stone.
Thank you, Chair Greene. Commissioner Bustamante, well done. I really appreciate your leadership in bringing this forth. It's so important, and paying attention to what's happening in real time. Rachel, Virginia, Amanda, Juliet, Charlene, Ashley, Annie, Kimberly, and many more, I hear you. I believe you. Your strength, your presence, your anima, your spirit for survival is beyond courageous. And it gives me strength, it gives us strength. When I read the Epstein report, when it came out, I was up at 5:30 in the morning reading it, and there's three things that I noted. Power protected power, the abuse happened in plain sight, and the systems failed to protect you. I think we're standing here today and saying, let's stop the trauma, ya basta. There's a saying, no lloras, pero recuerdas. Don't cry, but remember. And I think that is a source of resilience that I hear from each of you. And I just want to say, there's no words that can describe the pain that I feel with you. And I think you're showing that in New Mexico, as we can't foresee all the names that will come out, but it is powerful people we know. And we're setting the tone now, and I just want to say I look forward to walking that highway with you all together, and drumming and singing and laughing and crying. And I hope we do that soon. And thank you, Department of Transportation, for being here. And again, thank you, Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank
well
you,
done.
Commissioner. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. And thank you to everyone who spoke. I'll be brief, but I want to say that I'm so sorry that you weren't heard in your time of need, but that, as Commissioner Kakari-Stone mentioned, we hear you now, and we will continue to listen, to hear, to believe, to investigate, and to act upon these heinous acts and break, as was mentioned by Kimberly, the cycles of abuse, of concealing unjust activities. It's totally disgusting to me that Zorro Ranch existed as a place, as was just mentioned, virtually in plain sight, where the powerful, the wealthy can conceal their activities because of their connections. We know that the federal government is basically uncommitted to even thinking about this again. I mean, that says a lot about who's in Washington. And I want you to know that here on the local stage, we at least have the ability to put forward things like this, but it's terribly tragic that we have to do these things. So I really admire the testimony that you gave, the bravery that you showed to speak about grave injustice, to speak about the site of these heinous acts, and to do so with a positive inflection to signal to people who are in situations unimaginable now, in the future, and in the past, to reveal these crimes, these inhuman acts. So I really, this was very moving, and I really thank you for your advocacy, your bravery, and I think all of us here at the Commission are committed to doing anything that we can to support this and support you and anyone else suffering in a similar way in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Hughes?
Yes, thank you, Chair Greene, and thank you, Commissioner Bustamante, for bringing this forward. I think this is a great first step toward us addressing this terrible crime. And I'm so worried about how clever Epstein was by befriending the powerful and the wealthy to protect his crimes, and how we let that happen. And I think we need to really examine our laws and our way of enforcing them so we don't let this happen again, because it was incredible. And I'm so sorry that some people like Virginia Guffrey, weren't believed or whatever. But thank you for those of you who did come forward. Thank you. I do believe you. We all believe you. And I think we need to just figure out, we need to pass this. And it's a very good step, because it will remind us every time we drive down that highway of the crime that we don't want to happen again. And then I think we need to other ways that we can prevent this from happening again. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I'm sad and ashamed that Santa Fe County is associated with this. This is something that I hope we can make right in every way we can, and this is one of those first steps. I hope that we can take another step potentially, and to find a way to make a place of healing and a monument there, a place for the descansos to be protected. And I don't know, I know there's some technicalities currently with the descansos that are not protecting it, but maybe Santa Fe County can take that action and, make a space, an acre, a monument, something along the road that we can all congregate at and remember and find peace and strength and understanding, not to understand it really, but just to really reject it and see how we can never let it happen again. The federal government, as Commissioner Johnson said, should be ashamed more so at how they are not stepping forward and trying to hold people accountable. I think I want to give a shout out to Representative Romero and the Truth Commission here and encourage them to do everything. And I hope that Santa Fe County is doing everything to provide the documents that we've been requested to provide, whether it's from our growth management and building permits or it's from the sheriff's office, that we should stand with that to make sure that the truth comes out. Thank you. Thanks for coming here. Keep going. I hope you don't have to go fight too hard in this, and that we get to the bottom of this sooner than later. And thank you. I challenge New York to do the same.
Chair Greene, I do want to acknowledge our Congresswomen, Stansberry and Leisure Fernandez. They have both been champions. They are working very hard. Stansbury has sat in front of Congress and let people know, and I love her gesture, but she has let people know that it's intolerable what has been done with the files. So I do want to acknowledge their role. We do have from New Mexico, those champions there, and they really truly are the leaders on this issue in getting those files revealed. So I'm so grateful for them, I couldn't say enough.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing them. And they're champions on behalf of truth and transparency. That's fabulous. And I think we should shout, you know, the names of people that are still continuing the cover up, right?
Yeah.
The president of this country could release these papers tomorrow, tonight, right now, and we should call on him by name. Donald Trump is withholding this information. And the Attorney General, currently Todd Blanche, is covering this up every day. And they should be called out on the record right here in our little county.
They're complicit.
They
Thank
are.
you.
This is a conspiracy that continues today because of this cover-up.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. With that, I'd like to make the motion to approve the resolution.
I second it.
I do want to say with the amendment that we are at mile marker 44 and 49, not 45, 44 and 49, and that will be corrected in the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for DOT for being here as well.
Yes, thank you sincerely.
And good luck if you need us to help with the Highway Commission. We have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante and a second from Commissioner Kokari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. We have a resolution. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Chair, I have a resolution number for you. Item 5B is resolution number 2026110.
110. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's do it now. We're going to take a 15-minute bio break. We are going to be back here at 3:55, everybody. Thank you so much.
Wait a minute, are we supposed to sign this?
Yes, you're supposed to put your name on the front page and sign later as well. All right, we are back. Commissioner Kokari Stone, I know this is the next item, and Commissioner Bustamante is yours, but we are going to take a slight detour for a moment to move to item 8F, which was the item that was going to be one of the miscellaneous action items, so we can discuss that and see if we're going to pass that for our bond issue. County Manager Shaffer.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. The item in front of you would memorialize through formal board action proposed general obligation bond projects to be funded from general obligation bond proceeds if approved by the voters, as was presented to the board at its June 26th meeting, where we discussed our capital budget as well as our 5-year capital plan. I won't belabor things. I'll just highlight that adoption of the resolution would put before the voters in the upcoming general election 4 general obligation bond questions. The general categories and dollar amounts of those questions are water and wastewater projects, $6.5 million, fire stations, $17.455 million, roads, $14.035 million, and open space and trails, $7.01 million. Voters approve questions, not individual projects. But nonetheless, we do recommend that the board, adopt the proposed allocations that were previously presented to the board on June 26th, and which are also set forward in the memo accompanying this item. The only changes from June 26th to now in terms of allocations and proposed bond questions were to do some rounding so that the bond questions, were set forth in $5,000, divisible by $5,000 since bonds are sold in $5,000 increments. We've also updated the packet material so that members of the public who are not perhaps as familiar with these projects as the board is, has as Exhibit B actual project descriptions for each individual project, and that will be the basis for county outreach as we get closer to the general election. So with that, I'd stand for any questions, but would respectfully ask that you memorialize the bond project allocations and bond questions as previously presented and discussed with the board on June 26th. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Shaffer. Commissioners? How easy is that? Commissioner Hughes? All right. What's the
No
pleasure
questions.
of the
I'll move to approve this.
No, he said no questions. So thank you. We've got a motion from Commissioner Johnson.
Second?
Second.
Oh, sorry, he got beat there, Commissioner Hughes. We got a second from Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none. We've got a bond issue on the ballot. Let's go send it to the voters.
Chair, I have a resolution number. Item 8F is resolution number 2026111.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Excellent. Moving back to the schedule here, we have item 5C, request approval of a proclamation proclaiming September 8th, 2026 as Fiestas de Santa Fe, Cultural Celebration and Belonging Day. Commissioner Kokari Stone and Commissioner Bustamante, please.
Go ahead, you please. No, please. Okay. Thank you.
Chair Greene, Commissioners, Commissioner Bustamante and I bring this proclamation forward with the simple message: tradition matters, histories and herstories matter, and relationships with each other matter. As we all recall, there was a fracture last year with the closing of the Santa Fe doors. Regardless of that particular outcome, the process towards healing has been a whole year. I commend the county management as well as the Fiesta Council leadership for working together, having dialogues around truth sharing, understanding, and how to move forward. Part of the outcome of those dialogues over 3 months culminated in an ordinance that each of us supported that actually called this space, the chambers and the county courthouse here, the BCC chambers, as sacred space in some ways, and that we would always honor and include all traditions and cultures. So this is really a statement about inclusion, diversity, equity, and respecting people who come in peace, people who come to celebrate who they are. So on September 8th, we will have our special meeting, as our BCC members are aware, that the county management has helped set up with Fiesta Councils. We will recognize and have the doors open, and we will have a celebratory event at 1:30 and a BCC special meeting. There will be music. Mr. Daniel Fresquez has developed and produced a snippet, so we won't give any spoiler alert, but that will be at that time. And we will be recognizing the Fiesta Council leadership in the quadrilla. So this proclamation sets that tone, and we, if you all sign it today and we pass it, we'll be able to, with Commissioner Bustamante presenting in the lead, we'll be able to present them with this proclamation that's framed.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for your lead on this. There are going to be rare occasions when we have the opportunity to really stand up in front of people and talk about these situations, if you will. There's something that I want to be very clear historically about. Yes, it was de Vargas who said and made a commitment in 1712 to honor and respect the peace of the area, and I think that turned into something different, but this is a history lesson, because of what they called La Conquistadora. I respect and understand and completely, and I think our previous resolution speaks to it, as no one conquers anyone. It is not okay. And the name of this, I would say a deity, if you will, was La Conquistadora, but it was renamed to Nuestra Señora de Paz, Our Lady of Peace, because it was understood that there was peace in this celebration with those who use those types of icons, if you will, for their religious ceremonies, etc. It wasn't until 1912, I don't know, who can do the math? It was 200 years later that we had a number of really cool artists. No one's going to say that they weren't really cool artists, but they revived the fiestas to what it is today. Previous to that, it was a religious celebration. It involved making new clothes for, at the time, La Conquistadora, now Our Lady of Peace. And people prayed and respected and acknowledged their history and their part here. 200 years later. So I'm going to sort of guess that most of those people, given that those soldiers did not come with women, but those of us who've been here since then have a lot of Native ancestry, and there's a whole religious and spiritual component to that. And that's what this is historically and originally was. But at the hands of Hewitt, again, well-meaning people, R.E. Twitchell, 1920 to 22, Carl Bishop, Edgar Hewitt, James McMillan, and Dr. R.O. Brown worked to really and recognize that this could be one awesome economic development opportunity. Let's put these guys who were otherwise carrying a statue and going to the cathedral to pray, let's put them in all this armor again, because it's neat looking and those helmets are incredibly comfortable on a hot day. Let's put them in these uniforms and let's start talking about how people were brutal during this period. And I say, as a person of mixed heritage, there was a whole period when we became families. And there was a whole period for the sake of economic development that each culture got to have its celebration. And I will say, I come from a family that sincerely celebrated it, because I'm not going to deny my both Portuguese and Spanish heritage. I'm proud of who I am. And I'm not going to look anymore at the helmets and the armor and the axes, except to acknowledge Our Lady of Peace and what it means to be in northern New Mexico during that period of 200 years, again, where we became familia. It's important to acknowledge that, because the brutality as part of the celebration was feigned. It did create a certain amount of pride, because as a little girl we were told the peaceful reconquest. But the reality is, yes, there have been definitely difficult, problematic times, but it really was this conquistadora, now Nuestra Señora de Paz, largely religious ceremony, people with candles, including native neighbors, participated in the procession. Our neighboring Pueblo tribes, who continue to have Catholic recognitions in their pueblos, our dances, etc., are around Dia de San Name one. And I'm not mocking, I'm saying that these traditions, these cultures, and the conquests have been around souls, if you will. But it's the spiritual element that it does not, has not, and won't ever be something that I would accept as violence. So I see the importance of really understanding this 200-year period and how Fiestas was made into an economic development venture. We just took some trees down. We're going to have big, gigantic zozobra. We still do, right? This is the reality of Fiesta de Santa Fe. And I hope for those of us who wanted to find even more native blood so that I can get away from the violence of that time and understand that I still get to celebrate my European lineage, and I still get to celebrate the single most resilient people on the planet of those of us who continue to live in a very dry and dire place. And yes, this is an exceptionally dry year, but this is an arid zone. This is a place that's difficult to live. And we learned how to live together. And we did for 200 years, and we have since. We have since, and we didn't need an infusion of telling a different story so that we could make more money to help our relationships better between those with Native ancestry and those with Hispano ancestry, because ultimately, in a big picture, they became both in a lot of ways, but not exclusively. That being said, it was way more complicated. In the interest of this resolution, I, with love, embrace the acknowledgement of everyone who is, hoping that all people can celebrate who they are, because the simple fact that we are all here today means that someone has survived a lot. And I think that's beautiful. We are children of our ancestors, and we listen to our ancestors, and I'm grateful. So thank you sincerely, Commissioner Kakari-Stone. With a full heart, I am grateful for you bringing this forward and our opportunity to celebrate yet again La Fiesta de Santa Fe, in acknowledging that we're not celebrating it on behalf of the violence, but on behalf of the peace in living here in a shared community. As our proclamation says at the beginning, our acknowledgement of lands, we are all visitors here. And frankly, we are all visitors here.
I'm sorry, I'm a little animalistic, and I say, sorry, the bears and the deer were here before. Let's really say we are all visitors on this planet. Let's take care of it. So thank you with gratitude and love to the neighboring pueblos, to those who celebrate Fiesta de Santa Fe. Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll just, so you guys can respond, I'll just read the final proclamation statement because we have it in front of us, but we could read it if time allows when we present it. Hopefully we'll pass it. Yes. But based on what Commissioner Bustamante said, that may it be further proclaimed that Santa Fe County remains committed to learning from conflicts and divisions of the past and present, strengthening the institutions that serve our community, and working toward a shared future grounded in dignity, mutual respect, cultural diversity, transformational healing, and belonging, where many histories can be remembered, many traditions can live, and all people have a place in the story of Santa Fe County.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Thank you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone. Where do I start? History is complicated. I think that was a nice way to sum up, but also miss entirely what Commissioner Bustamante said. I thought that was well said, Commissioner. History is complicated. The lines that we draw meaning from are contested, they're jagged lines, they reach certain levels of depth, some go low, some go high, back into the past to grab onto meaning. And it's really important that in Santa Fe, you know, when I was growing up here, we heard about the bloodless reconquest. We also heard about the tricultural city, and something that we celebrated through fiestas and through the markets and through the various sort of cross-pollination of different peoples throughout time. The sort of authenticity politics that I think have shed some, have made fiestas seem controversial, have also produced a lot of good dialogues about this. And that's noted in the resolution. Commissioner Kakari-Stone also read from the final paragraph of that. It is important for us to acknowledge the past and the complexities of those past and how different people, different cultural communities interpret those things. It doesn't invalidate one over the other. And in fact, by understanding the diversity of the peoples of this town and this region, we have an opportunity to forge better, stronger connections that don't, demean one person over another. Acknowledging truth and tragedy in the past, but also understanding our shared present. So I appreciate this. I think it will be important for the Fiestas Council to come before us, and for the reasons of, as a historian, wanting to think about the ways that these lines intersect and then come together in our present is important. So I support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, thank you, Chair Greene. Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante and Commissioner Kakari-Stone for bringing this forward. I will be very, very brief in that I'm not a historian and I'm a fairly newcomer to Santa Fe County, in that I've only lived here 40 years, not 4 generations or however many generations some people are. But I really appreciate the acknowledgement of history that we have in the Fiesta and the various cultures. And so I certainly appreciate this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Bustamante and Commissioner Kakari-Stone, thank you for bringing this forward. This is something that is a longstanding tradition in Santa Fe County, and while we might have missed it for a moment, we're back, and we're here to celebrate it ongoing and make sure that we have a place for fiestas to be celebrated here in the county chambers here. I love fiestas, and I understand the complicated nature of it. So it's a little bit of both as a history lesson to us and a celebration of some of our culture here. And but there's a lot of culture to be celebrated. So this is just part of it. And yeah, let's just keep celebrating. Yeah, thank you.
And it's one of many. This is not the only one. This is one of many. Shall we move forward?
Please.
Based on that, I make a motion that we approve the proclamation proclaiming September 8th as Fiestas de Santa Fe Cultural Celebration and Belonging Day.
Second.
Fabulous. We've got a motion by Commissioner Kokari-Stone, a second by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, we have a proclamation. Thank you so much. And we're all looking forward to September 8th here at County Chambers.
I don't know if the county manager wants to share any other details about the September 8th regarding employees and that, so as part of the proclamation.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. So we'll be sending out countywide email later today, making sure that all county employees are aware of the special meeting, as well as the additional provision in the ordinance calling for the special meeting that subject to work requirements, county employees choosing to attend the special meeting will be allowed to use their lunch period, fall administrative leave, or other appropriate leave to do so. So supervisors, will be instructed to, work, with employees, again, who choose to attend to accommodate those requests. And otherwise look forward to the celebration on September 8th.
Thank you, County Manager. Yes,
And
ma'am.
Chair Greene, I don't know if, with permission, Mr. Victor Vigil, who's been working with the county manager and others, is online. I don't know if Victor wanted to say anything regarding the proclamation. He's on mute, probably. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Moving on, we have item 6, legacy recognitions. We have nothing today other than maybe a little bit of Dolly Parton. We have appointments and reappointments. We have none. Now on to item 8A, request for authorization to apply for 5 New Mexico State Fire Protection grants totaling at $2,535,000 for the purchase of 5 emergency vehicles and delegation of authority to the county manager to sign all grant applications. Chief Black, nice to see you again.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Before you today is a request for authorization to apply for 5 grants through the New Mexico State Fire Protection Grant Program to purchase 5 emergency vehicles. The 5 grant applications actually total $2,420,000, which is a corrected amount compared to what is reflected in the packet material today. These grants will provide us with an opportunity to leverage state funds to continue replacing some of our oldest apparatus in our fleet. We are proposing 1 application for each of our 4 regions and 1 through fire administration. The apparatus that we are looking to are proposing to replace, as outlined in the packet material, range from an age of 23 years to 39 years old. And these grants would allow us to make significant progress in modernizing our emergency response fleet. Again, the total for the 5 grant requests is $2,420,000. For the Southern Region and Fire Administration projects, the grant will cover the full purchase price of the brush trucks. Because the grant is capped at $600,000 per apparatus, if awarded the grant, our department will use $51,000 from the Northern and Western Regions Fire Protection Funds and $115,000 from the Eastern Regions Fire Protection Funds to cover the remaining cost. These grants will allow us to leverage the outside funding, preserve our county resources, and begin the replacement of aging apparatus within our fleet. The requested action today is authorization to submit the 5 grant applications totaling $2,420,000 and to delegate authority to the county manager to execute the associated grant applications and agreements. And with that, I stand for you for any questions.
Thank you, Chief Black. Commissioners? Any comments? Commissioner Hughes?
No questions.
Okay, thank you, Chair Greene. I'm just using the opportunity, Chief Black, to thank you, all your crew, your entire team for everything you've been doing with Frijoles, with the U.S. Forest Service. Thank you.
Chair Greene, thank you. Commissioner Carstone, thank you. We are grateful for that and for your words, and we have an incredible team that is doing wonderful work.
Yeah, I too I'll give you a shout out a little later, but maybe you'll be gone already, but you've done an amazing job exposing our team to an amazing example of organization that Team 8 from the California Interagency Incident Complex Incident Management team has been amazing. And, you know, I'm going to give a big thank you to them later, but thank you for exposing everybody and integrating with them every way you can in the last 2 weeks.
Thank you, Chair Greene.
All right, what is the pleasure of the board? I will make a motion to authorize the county to apply for this grant totaling the amount that the chief mentioned for the purchase of 5 vehicles and delegation of authority to the county manager to sign the grant application.
Second.
Got a motion by myself, a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none. Go get that grant.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, item B, request approval of agreement number 2027-0008, CSD with Santa Fe Public Schools to support prevention and early intervention programming, providing annual funding not to exceed $150,000 for a 3-year term and for potential compensation of $450,000 and delegation of authority to the county manager to sign the purchase orders. Chanel Delgado, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to be up here. I want to just introduce Jen Jefferson, who's the Deputy Director of Student Wellness. I'm often asked by this commission how we partner with Santa Fe Public Schools, and it's always a pleasure to say we partner well and we partner collaboratively, and it's been a long-standing partnership. So it's a pleasure for me to be able to ask for this approval of this IGA with Santa Fe Public Schools. This agreement formalizes and continues the county's longstanding partnership with SFPS to support prevention and early intervention programming for youth. The programs focus on student mental health, social emotional learning, youth development, and reducing behavioral risk factors. Under the agreement, the county would provide funding not to exceed $150,000 annually for a 3-year term. The funding would support several initiatives, including the WAVE program, Second Step, social emotional learning, mental health initiatives, gender support and equity services, experiential learning, professional development, and caregiver engagement. As mentioned, it is a 3-year request, and it is comprised of multiple different funding streams that we've pulled together under this IGA, including LDWI program prevention funding, youth and family services funding, and behavioral health funding. We recommend approval of this agreement, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have for either myself or Santa Fe Public Schools.
Thank you, Chanel. Commissioners? Commissioner Carstone?
Thank you, Ms. Delgado, Chanel. I want to just recognize, Jen, your incredible work in the community, and I personally want to thank you as a member of the LGBTQIS2+ community for your work in prevention and making safe spaces for all of our youth. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante.
I too want to thank Jen, someone I've known for a long time, and grateful for your good work and know the difference that you make in young people's lives. So I ditto on this one, and thank you so much for your good work. Sincerely, it makes a difference.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. I have a question. What do you tell people that don't know what a ditto is? All right. So, I do, sorry, Commissioner Hughes?
No questions.
Thank you. I do have a question that goes to, we have a lot of other schools that are outside of the public school system. Do we have outreach programs? Does that go through the school systems program, or do we have separate agreements to work in those spaces?
Chair Greene and commissioners, we fund 2 full-time employees out of the Youth and Family Services Division that implements prevention services in both Poake and Sombrio and also Edgewood. So in the way that we partner in early intervention is by providing them the physical FTE to work in their school districts, because they don't have the ability to do that, whereas Santa Fe Public Schools does have the ability to execute that internally. So the support looks a little bit different, but it is throughout the county.
Great. And the private schools or charter schools and things like that?
So we don't fund the charter schools or the private schools for prevention. However, we do allow access into all of the services we offer, like the Uplift Youth Program, behavioral health case management services, and everything else that's offered through the Youth and Family Services Division to those schools. And we also do offer prevention education on request from charter schools and private schools should they request it.
Great.
Through our FTEs.
Fabulous. Thank you. Great. Commissioners?
If there's nothing else, Chair Greene, I'd like to make a motion to approve agreement number 2027-0008-CSD with Santa Fe Public Schools to support prevention and early intervention programming, etc.
And to designate authority to the county manager, correct?
Yes.
Excellent. I will second that, and with that friendly amendment. We got a motion by Commissioner Kokari-Stone, a second by myself. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, go do your thing. Thank you. All right. Item C, request approval of amendment number 1 to agreement number 2026-0038 CSD with the LifeLink and provides the RISE integrated into society equally program, extending the term of the agreement through August 29th, 2027, and increase the compensation by $380,000 for a total contract sum of $569,200, inclusive of NMGRT and delegation of authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order. Hi, Koi.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Greene and commissioners. I am before you today with Team LifeLink, Dr. Michael DiBernardi and Janelle Bohannon, and then also Gilbert Bencomo, who runs the Rise House. The Community Services Department requests approval of Amendment 1 to Agreement Number 2026-0038-CSD with the LifeLink to continue providing the RISE program, which provides transitional housing, navigation, and supportive services to eligible adults returning to the community following incarceration and/or completion of substance use disorder treatment or otherwise experiencing or at risk of homelessness. The proposed amendment increases compensation by $380,000 for a total contract sum not to exceed $569,200, including of New Mexico gross receipts tax, and extends the agreement for 1 additional year. We have been under contract as of August 29th, 2025 with the Rise House, and notably asking for an increase because they have expanded Rise from 1 Rise home to 3, which increases capacity at one point in time from 4 individuals to 12 participants at a time. The LifeLink assists participants in obtaining essential identification documents, including birth certificates, driver's license, social security cards, while also helping them secure housing and employment and providing behavioral health and case management services. In FY26, the RISE program served 35 individuals, 10 of whom went on to secure permanent housing. You all have a packet that is Exhibit C. They've done a really nice presentation in there, a PowerPoint that has a lot of good data information in there. The proposed $380,000 increase reflects the expanded operating costs associated with supporting 3 RISE homes and will allow the program to continue serving up to 12 participants at a time at its current service level. The cost center that we would be using is the Behavioral Health Fund, and again, asking for a compensation of $380,000 for this fiscal year. And we will stand for questions.
Thank you, Coy. Commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you. I'm grateful for this opportunity. There was something that was brought to my attention, and I want to make sure, because it has been some time since this was raised as a concern. But I'm hoping that there's a better relationship between LifeLink and our jail. It was something, we needed to make sure that there was some continuity in how people were leaving our jail and getting continued support at the Rice House or at LifeLink. And at that time, I was informed that it's not necessarily an existing relationship. And that became very important with regard to the financing. If we have the jail and there isn't a good relationship between LifeLink that actually enjoys a good amount of support from the county, then you're also supporting the county inmates who come out of the jail and looking for continued support for those individuals. And I'd like to know if anything has been done to strengthen that relationship or actually maybe, I won't say repair because it just didn't sound, it was somewhat non-existent in what was conveyed to me. And I'd like to know if there is something that is happening that's a bit different. Otherwise, it would be questionable as to how we would work with an entity that maybe or maybe not isn't supporting those in a jail that we oversee. Has that changed? Are things better? What can you say to address that concern? Because it's a good amount of money. And if it's not going to affect those who are coming out of the jail, or it's not going to support those, it's something that I think we would want to know about. So does anyone have anything to say about that? Respectfully.
Thank you for your question, Commissioner Bustamante. Yes. We work very closely with the reentry team, as well as we are volunteers, or we're registered as volunteers to go into the jail. We participate in the reentry fairs. We work closely with both the deputy warden and the warden. We're also involved with the peer probation program, so we also have folks coming out of that with connection to the reentry folks. And I think we've really built on that relationship and have repaired that. And we continue working with the jail after people are released and then come into our house, and we continue working with them post-release.
Thank you. I appreciate that. In the interest of sharing more about why this was brought to my attention, right before I became a commissioner, I was working a program that was supporting people who were coming out and looking for ways to get them skilled up, trained up, and get them jobs. And there was a big disconnect. But I see that the deputy warden wants to share something, so that would be important. I appreciate it.
Yes, Commissioner, I do believe that especially in the last couple of years, we've really strengthened that relationship, and we've gotten a lot of support from them with the Rise House. It's actually become a very important resource for individuals that we can't necessarily reintegrate with their family for several reasons. And they've been really, especially in the reentry fairs, like she mentioned, they're one of our, every time they show up, and they're really, I think we've really built a strong relationship over the last couple of years.
Very good. I appreciate that. Thank you. And I understand that there's a Rise House now for women.
Thank you for your question. Not currently. What had happened is that we didn't have the staff support. To remain trauma-informed, we didn't want to have a male performing the UAs, but that is something that we hope to do, especially with the increase in the programming.
Yeah, I will say for the record, that was largely the population that in particular, we didn't have a whole lot of success. We were putting people up in hotels and it didn't work. So I really appreciate your effort in getting support for women and continued strong relationship building with our jail system. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Bustamante, did you pull this item from consent? Or
no?
No. So then my question is, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm wondering why this item is on our action items when we approved, I don't know, 3, 4 contracts. Obviously, providers give different services, but they're all in the behavioral health sphere. So why was this item on our action items list as opposed to the agreement with, I don't know, Interfaith, St. Elizabeth Shelter, Youth Works, you know, things that CSD does? What set this apart?
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner Johnson. Yeah, I think there's always judgment that goes into that, but because the contract is very much results driven, we could anticipate and did anticipate potential questions surrounding the effectiveness of the program, which our contract partner has provided in the presentation relative to recidivism rates, as well as services that are provided to participants and residents at the Rise House, what have you. So it was a judgment call in terms of the types of questions that we could anticipate along the lines of what Commissioner Bustamante was asking, because it is a significant investment, and we thought there might be discussion around those topics generally. So that was the judgment decision.
Okay. That tracks for me. That makes sense. I do, I think there are metrics in behavioral health that are qualitative. And I appreciate the presentation that you all prepared for us. And it seems, and I appreciate your question, Commissioner Bustamante, just sort of understanding how certain connections are made. It seems like from the staff level, not only in CSD, but also in the ADF, and of course with the LifeLink, there is a commitment to solidifying and forging healthy connections among. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Kakari-Stone.
Yes, thank you, Koi. I really appreciate your work. And I want to recognize LifeLink. I don't have any further questions, but Dr. Bernardi, did I say it right? Dr. De Bernardi. I appreciate LifeLink being present at the homelessness summit that we just collaborated with. Koi, also you and your team, and community services that also presented. It really struck me, and I like the way you framed it, the neuroscience of homelessness. I'm really pleased that we're moving forward with one of our joint working groups to be dedicated to finding solutions with the city on homelessness. I really want to encourage we take your framework. You talked about, changing the narrative, so to speak, and, people dealing with trauma need to be dealt with a different way instead of blamed and punished. That's my takeaway. And that we need to think about a new system of care. This contract is important. How do we put that framework into a system of care, a system of trauma-informed responses and not reactions? And I just want to put that out there for the working group as we anticipate. I think Commissioner Hughes and I both are official on it. How we put that into solutions and a continuum of care. I'll just end there because you started a conversation, but I like to see impact and outcome, and let's take that forward together. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone. Commissioner Hughes.
Yes, thank you. And I don't have any questions. I just really appreciate this program. I think it's a very important step. I think permanent supportive housing would give them an additional place to put people if they don't fit in any other housing. That would be an important addition to this service. You know, and we're trying to create a whole continuum of services for the homeless or the almost homeless and the prisoners coming out. It's sort of the same population in some respects. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I do want to say thank you for pulling this from consent for one thing, because I get a little concerned when a contract grows. So to me, that's a good reason for us to wonder. You did a great job of presenting why it grew, so I didn't actually have that question, but that's one of those weird things you go, oh, it's another year, but it's a significant growth amount. But it also, you're tripling the scope, so you're being actually much more effective with that. So great job. You know, I wonder, you know, I think we're going to have a little bit of a conversation sometime later today to talk about Belarus. That's next door to you guys, and I'm wondering if there was a role for you all, at least in a portion of Belarus, to play a role, right? To expand this sort of program or all of your programs into that, whether it's permanent supportive housing of a different flavor. You know, everybody has a need, and there's 50 some units over there that, or maybe more, that could be supportive of that. But we'll talk more about that later and hear more about where that's going. But I just see the overlap in that space. Any other questions, commissioners?
No.
All right. What's the
Excuse
pleasure
me,
of the board?
Chair Greene, if I may.
Yes.
So sorry. Chair Greene, I just want to respectfully answer Commissioner Bustamante's question about the women's and the equity in that. And so that is something we're working on. And also to let you know, we do also fund New Mexico reentry, and they support women coming out also. So we're trying to bridge those gaps.
Thank you for that. That's a great organization, and I'm grateful. Thank you.
On that, Chair Greene, I make a motion to approve Amendment Number 1 to Agreement Number 2026-0038-CSD with the Lifelink to provide the RISE program, extending the term of agreement to August 29, 2027, increasing compensation by $380,000, and delegating the county manager for signing and purchasing agreement.
And I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Kokari-Stone, and a second by Commissioner Johnson. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none. You have a contract amendment. Keep doing the good work, guys. Thank you. Item D, a request for approval of the agreement between the County of Santa Fe and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, otherwise known as AFSCME, New Mexico Council 18, referring to the bargaining unit as Local 1413 Bargaining Unit, with a presentation by Rachel and Valerie. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. We're here before you today to present a new 4-year collective bargaining agreement with the AFSCME 1413 Bargaining Unit that is comprised of corporals, sergeants, detention officers, adult detention officer, lieutenants, therapists, case managers, booking clerks, and case managers. We had a very successful negotiation. We developed, from my perspective, very positive and trusting interactions through this negotiation, and believe that we have developed a competitive financial package that will support high staffing levels at the facility. We paid particular attention to therapists and case managers being particularly tricky to identify an appropriate salary range for, because there aren't absolutely comparable job duties in other facilities. Our case managers are somewhat unique. But we were successful in reaching agreement on significant increases in salaries and have included a 2-year reopener to reevaluate the finances in 2 years. And we stand for questions. There are Percentage increases, average percentage increases within the memo as to each position.
Thank you. Commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. So let me just get my screen up. So these during negotiations, I'm just trying to quickly look through these changes. Were there sticking points during the process of negotiation, or things that the union had asked for that the county was not able to provide?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Johnson, there are always points where we don't reach agreement. However, in this particular negotiation, from management's perspective, everything was very amicable and based on information and realistic understandings of what works and what doesn't work. I think everyone was very pleased with how we resolved each article. I don't think there were any particular points of tension that I was aware of.
Okay, thank you. And so I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. I'm a little confused by this. This is the change. Confirming that promotion shall result in the employee being placed on the pay scale of the CBA and allowing the union to propose 5 names for inclusion on a promotional interview panel from which the warden may select 1 interview panelist if they're available on the date of the interview. I wonder if that could be translated into lay commissioner terms.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Johnson, the union members were interested in having some involvement in the promotional interview panels. Mm-hmm. And so this was the mechanism that we jointly developed, where the union will propose several people for inclusion on a particular recruitment, and the warden will choose someone from that list of potential candidates to be on the panel to participate in the interviews.
So it constructs a kind of promotions board, and it recruits members of the union's workforce. Is that
correct?
Fair to
as
say?
There are movements up from detention officer to sergeant, from sergeant to lieutenant. Their membership would be on the panel. It would be someone who would not be competing for that position, someone in a higher rank.
Okay. Thank you, Rachel. What is the percentage roughly of union membership among the staff of the ADF?
I don't know that I have an exact percentage, and perhaps Valerie will have that information. I do know that during the election process, there was a significant recruitment effort, and I was told by the union that they have many more members now. I don't know the actual numbers.
And I'm sorry, I don't have that data. Okay, so is it above 50%? Maybe. I mean, what are we working with a union that is represents a small chunk of the workforce or a large?
I think excuse me, I'm sorry, Commissioner, I believe it's a fair representation in this particular instance. I think they have a more active union participation than some of our other unions.
Okay.
If I could, Chair, Commissioner Johnson, so in the HR report that is in your packet, attached to it is labor statistics for July 2026. So as Ms. Brown indicated, there may have been some changes, but it sets forth the number of employees within the bargaining unit, which is 84, and it also sets forth the number of dues paying members, which is 54, which translates into 64% of again, bargaining unit employees who are dues paying members of the union. So I hope that answers your question, but that's updated on a monthly basis as part of the reports in your packet.
So if it's 64 a month ago and there was a significant recruiting effort, it would have, in theory, increased. Okay, that does answer my question. Thank you, Manager Shaffer. I think I'm good.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Carstone, Commissioner Bustamante, Commissioner Hughes.
No questions.
Thank you very much. Great job. You know, This is already approved on the, from the rank and file?
Mr. Chair, we learned about 2 weeks ago that this was ratified by the bargaining unit, and we were told it was well received.
Great. Good job. Thank you for taking care of the team over there.
I'll move to approve an agreement between Santa Fe County and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, New Mexico Council 18.
And I'll second that. We have a motion by Commissioner Johnson, a second by myself. All in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. Any opposed? Hearing none. We got a contract. Thank you. Excellent. Okay, item E, request approval of amended and restated Buckman Direct Diversion Shared Pool Agreement and delegation of authority to the county manager to execute the agreement. Travis.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. I am here to present the proposed amended and restated agreement for the Buckman Direct Diversion Shared Pool. For some brief history on what the Shared Pool Agreement is, it's an agreement between the City of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County utilities to optimize and become more efficient with our water diversion and which diversion we're utilizing and when we're using it. And so what it means for the city is that they use excess native flow water rights when available to divert and deliver to their customers. And in return, that goes into a savings account of sorts for the county to divert in periods where there is discretionary or non-discretionary shutdowns of the Buckman Direct Diversion. And so what this does is it helps create a more reliable source of water for both the city and the county. And it allows for us to continue to deliver to our customers in the event that the Buckman Direct Diversion is shut down, which is our primary source for our diversion of our water rights. And so for the changes of this agreement, I guess take a step back. The original agreement was entered into between the city and the county in 2021. In 2024, we brought a new version with some slight changes to it, and then this one amended and restated to have changes that reflect refining the accounting of the shared pool credit balances. This is shown in Exhibit B, where it's the 2025 accounting of the shared pool deliveries. It goes into clarifying the treatment of city water delivered to the county through the city's independent water system. It also clarifies provisions related to the storage losses during BDD shutdowns and clarifying the costs and applicable wheeling charges for city water delivered to the county during BDD shutdowns. And so the two most important changes of this, in my opinion, are the first one, which is the accounting of the shared pool credit, as well as the charges that are associated with the delivery, and just basically updating which agreement it's referring to when detailing the cost of the actual delivery. And so it's shown in Exhibit C, all the track changes, and you'll see where it updates the reference to the charges associated with that delivery to be the 2024 wheeling agreement that we entered into, and or the successor of that agreement. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Fabulous. Commissioners? Commissioner Hughes?
No questions?
Okay. I got a couple questions. This is, this seems to be every few years we go and revise this, so I don't expect this to be the be-all, end-all of where this is going to end up. But, later in a few minutes, we're going to have a presentation about the return flow pipeline. And part of this has the potential through the return flow pipeline to be recharging the aquifer. I think the city's well fields, which we would depend on through this shared pool agreement, we might be able to deposit into there either through our 7% of the return flow pipeline, or if we decide to amp up the return flow pipeline value to the county beyond the 7%, because we have potential to bring San Juan Chama. It's complicated. It is something that a presentation in a very comprehensive water that comes from north of Ottawa to south of Ottawa that's used in the county, and how we could leverage that in the return flow pipeline and in the shared pool agreement. Is that in this, or is that so far out there that we're going to have to revisit this in 2 years when the Pewaukee Basin comes online?
Chair Greene, Commissioners, this amendment is to address situations that we've noticed with the administration of the shared pool agreement as it currently stands and how the system currently stands. I wouldn't be surprised if we have to bring back a litany of different agreements to address some of these upcoming projects that both the city and the county have to make sure that we're capturing our water resources and water delivery.
Okay, so state of play right now, we'll deal with return flow pipeline and Pewaukee Basin later.
Chair Greene, yes, I think that would be.
Okay, well, thank you for
summary.
being clear. For those of you who will be here later, be ready. This is something that we'll talk about in a few minutes, and probably more and more over the next few months and years. All right. I'll make the motion to approve amended and restated Buckman Direct Diversion Shared Pool Agreement and delegate the authority to the county manager to execute the agreement.
Second.
Thank you very much. We got a motion by myself. We got a second by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. But I'm going to stay up here.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Good luck. Enjoy the pool. All right. That gets us out of miscellaneous action items. Okay, we're going to get to presentations. This is going to sort of keep you in there. We got the County Water Rights Portfolio and Water Availability. Travis. Go for it. Yes, sir.
There we go. Waiting for the presentation to come
Okay.
up. So for an introduction to this presentation, we have, as the utility, been trying to convey the health of our water resources portfolio, as well as the state of our delivery and what we've been seeing over the past year for our accounting and availability. And we came to the commission in June of 2026 to give a water accounting and availability report. And I think based off of feedback from both the commissioners as well as county constituents and stakeholders within the community, there was a strong desire to have a more digestible presentation of the data and maybe something that's more easily understood from the general public's perspective. The utility eats, breathes, and sleeps water, and so it's easy for us to get accustomed to the terminology as well as the information that we're trying to present to people. And so it was kind of, well, we noticed, and it was asked of us to increase the understandability of the information that we were trying to convey. And so with this, we put together a infographic of sorts, and it's multiple different slides that go over the county's water right portfolio, as well as our resources, our deliveries, commitments, and kind of a broad overview of what the utility is doing as a whole. So I hope that we're getting closer to getting to a point where it's more understandable, but we're always accepting feedback, looking for feedback, and hoping that we can get something to you guys that helps you do your jobs and be able to convince or convey the information to your constituents if they have questions about where the water is coming from, what goes into considerations when you guys are listening to these development proposals, et cetera, et cetera. And so with that, I'll get into the infographics and the new and improved way to present some of the information. So it is the information that was presented in the water accounting and availability report given in June, but like I said, packaged a little bit differently. It's in different units for the volume of water. Hopefully that's more easier to understand, but anyways, let's get into it. And so with that, this first slide goes over the Santa Fe County Utilities water supply, and it's shown as the very large number of 1.35 billion gallons of water is available for us on a recurring basis. And so this is made up of our native flow water rights, as well as the agreements that we've entered into with the city of Santa Fe, and that's available for us to divert on any given year through the Buckman direct diversion. In 2025, we delivered just under 556 million gallons of water to our customers. And if you take the difference between what's available under our recurring water supply and how much we delivered in 2025, that leaves us with about 722 million gallons of water that was available to deliver, but not delivered. And so going into what makes up the county utilities water supply, we have our San Juan Chama permit, which is our storage water that can be held within Lake Heron or in Abiquiu, which you recently heard the agreement between Santa Fe County and the Albuquerque-Bernalillo Water Utility Authority, which is the water storage agreement and suballotment. So those agreements allow us to save our San Juan Chama water in Abiquiu for diversion, and that makes up roughly 120 million gallons of our water right portfolio. Of our native Rio Grande surface water rights that are available at the Buckman direct diversion, we have about 789 million gallons. And then between the agreement between the city of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County, the water resources agreement, we have just under 440 million gallons of water. And so those three together make up our water supply that we're delivering on an annual basis. Now getting to how much water the county actually uses of that. The county has a capacity or the ability to divert just under 840 million gallons of water on an annual basis. This is the physical capacity of the Buckman direct diversion. That's what it can physically do. In 2025, we used just under 556 million gallons of that capacity, which left us just over 282 million gallons available to divert through the Buckman direct diversion and deliver to county constituents. So this is a question that we get quite a bit. Why don't the numbers match? And so we have in our recurring water supply just under 1.4 billion gallons of water available to us. But I just mentioned that there's a physical limit at the Buckman direct diversion for delivery, and that's just under 840 million gallons. And so that difference between what we have available to us and what we can divert from the Buckman direct diversion is comprised of the agreements that we have with the city of Santa Fe. And so that's where you get the water resources agreement, and that can be supplied from one of the four sources that the city of Santa Fe has, whether it's from the Canyon Road diversion or their groundwater supplies or even their San Juan Chama water. And so they've got the two well fields that we can divert from and the surface water up in Canyon Road. And so planning for tomorrow, which is another pretty common question that we get, is how do we know that we're going to have enough water for the future? How can we maintain the commitments that we've gotten ourselves into, as well as embrace these new development proposals and consider going forward with them? And so it's a pretty thorough review from the county staff. Brant, when he presented his water accounting and availability, went into great depth as to what his role is during that process. But if we wanted to sum it up, we have 1.33 billion gallons of water that's reserved for approved development. That's existing development and other development that is fairly viable. And that goes into the comparison of what's available for us through our water right portfolio, what's available to be diverted from our sources, both physically and legally. And then we compare what the actual request is for some of these developments going forward. And so the big picture, to try to summarize the information that's included in these infographics, is we do have a strong water right portfolio, whether it's through the native water rights, our San Juan Chama water, or the multiple agreements that we have with the city of Santa Fe. We're pretty confident that we're not going to run into any issues and that we can continue to reliably deliver safe drinking water to county constituents. Our water use is within our available capacity, and we have just over 282 million gallons of available capacity just at the Buckman direct diversion. We have multiple different sources of water. We have the Buckman direct diversion, we have access to the city sources, and we have access to San Juan Chama storage water. And so we're confident that if there's a decrease or a reduced availability of one source, that we're going to be able to comfortably shoulder the reduction with one of our other sources and get through the year or multiple years if a persistent drought continues. We have water reserve for approved growth, and so we can continue hearing proposals and comfortably consider developments that are within the purview of the County Commission and kind of pursue what the goals of the Commission and the county as a whole would like to pursue. And then we would like to just emphasize that there's responsible stewardship within the county utility and within the city of Santa Fe, where we're working together and making sure that we promote conservation. We have strong partnerships as demonstrated by the multiple different agreements that we have that are both win-wins for both entities, where we can essentially guarantee delivery and availability to our constituents without risk of not being able to do that. And then we would just like to emphasize that we are prioritizing the protection of the vital resources of water and making sure that we grow responsibly within the county. And so one thing that I want to highlight, kind of coming back to the shared pool agreement that we just discussed. This is kind of an infographic to demonstrate the timeline of when water delivery is happening and what source of water we're utilizing to fulfill that delivery. And so if you focus on the months, we've got the winter, spring, and fall months where we've got natural flow within the Rio Grande is a lot higher. We haven't seen reductions because of the high temperatures or significant increase in demand. And so that's typically when we prioritize our diversion of native flow water rights. And that's when we'll see deliveries under the shared pool agreement to the city of Santa Fe. And if you look at the June through September months, we've kind of got it demonstrating low to very low availability of natural flow in the Rio Grande. And that's when we would rely on delivery of San Juan Chama water or sources from the city of Santa Fe through the optimized water delivery operating procedures that we've been operating under for the past few years. And so with that, I would like to stand for any questions, listen to any feedback, and see if there's any guidance that you guys would like to provide.
Thank you, Travis. Commissioner Bustamante.
I have been long a difficult critic. This was excellent, and I really believe that it's something that people can understand. I always use my mom as a litmus test for something complicated, and if she can't get it, most people aren't going to be able to get it. If there are general people. So thank you for this. I think it's very good. I think some people are going to still have some outstanding concerns about, well, how do we know, when we see Abiquiu Lake as low as it is and San Juan Chama is not going to work forever, et cetera. Those questions are going to keep coming up, but this as far as understandability, et cetera, is very, very good. Thank you. I appreciate the effort, sincerely.
Chair Greene, Commissioner, thank you for those words. It means a lot, and I would like to extend a thanks to both your guys' support and patience while we find an approach that is more understandable for the general public. But I would also like to recognize Brant and his hard work in putting together these infographics, as well as Daniel in helping make them look pretty and help make it digestible. And so there's a team effort that's going into it, but I do appreciate what you've said.
Great. Commissioner Kakari-Stone.
Thank you, Travis. I really appreciate your expertise and the time you took to translate what you know and what you all do into a public infographics. I love infographics. I do have many folks in my district asking the same questions. So I do want to plan, Councilor Castro and I want to do our version of coffee and tea under the tree for our overlay. I'd like to dedicate it to water as well, and I will reach out to you and be very mindful of your time constraints as well. We'll bring in the city. My question, I guess, for not necessarily to put you on the spot, Travers, but for other commissioners, as we work with the county, at what point do we go into water restrictions so we can preserve, because it has been a really rough season? At what point do we go ahead and do voluntary water restrictions like we did in the 90s? That folks have been asking about it. I've been thinking about it. Certainly, the BDD could be a venue for discussion that maybe you have already. So I welcome some open thoughts because we never get to do that as a team.
You know, I think one of the things that has come up in this presentation and seeing the robustness of BDD is that I don't know that we're at that point, you know. I think that I appreciate putting conservation on people's minds, and maybe that becomes a voluntary aspect that we start to talk to people about and make them understand that Rio Grande flows are 30% of what they are normally or what they should be, but it's a complicated issue. But Commissioner Bustamante,
I have a couple thoughts on that. The one is actually a question for Commissioner Hughes, not to put him on the spot. Commissioner Hughes, do you know what does El Dorado undergo water restrictions kind of naturally, seasonally, or does that entity make decisions about water restrictions? Sorry to put you on the spot, but I like that you're outside.
Yeah. No, El Dorado has summer restrictions that you're only allowed to water either 3 times during the week or twice if you include a day on the weekend. That's been since before we got county water. I think more to the point is the fact that the aquifer beneath El Dorado has been dropping quite drastically. And so we, you know, since they're not part of the county system, we tend not to think of them, but they're going to end up being dependent on the county system to have enough water. They already are. And so that's something that we need to take into consideration with, you know, when we're providing water for new agencies. We ought to make sure we have enough water to provide people who are already there. Same is true for people who live out in Route 14. Their aquifer is dropping. And, you know, so that they have to get water from our bulk water station, most of them. But we ought to take that into account. So there's a lot of people, you know, not part of the system. I also worry about people downstream. I mean, there's crops that are dying, and Albuquerque may run out of water, they say. So, I mean, this is a very bad year. I guess we'll learn from what happens this year, you know, what we need to look at.
Yeah, so it sounds like, and thank you for that, it sounds like the signs that I see in El Dorado, because I go there fairly regularly, it abuts my district, are to remind the well users to restrict their use, not just the water system users. Okay. He nodded for the record.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, and so I do have some questions, Commissioner Carson, that I think will get to this, but I don't, you kind of, I feel like you have the floor ultimately, so I'll return it to you. I do think that there could be a time where we enact water restrictions, but I think there is, you know, we want to strike a balance between, you know, so if you take this presentation at face value, which I do, though I have some follow-up questions about it, we do have a lot of water, even in the midst of a season that is quite bad. And Yet the human mind, and I do this, and we all do this, right? We just note that it is dry, and then we note that there must not be enough water. But it sounds like, we're sort of using half of the allotted supply, even a little less, through the numbers that Travis gave. So when we enact restrictions, it's a good practice, but it also could create urgency or sort of cycles of thinking about the lack. So I don't say that to oppose water restrictions. I just say it as a way to think about the psychology behind it.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Thank you, Chair Greene. And yeah, I just asked the question because I think we need to start this conversation, and I see an urgency. I understand the supplies, where it's coming from, how we manage it, but to be good stewards and to have a communal core value of water for all, and I mean the ecosystem, I think it breaks our hearts when we see the bears coming down and, the starvation. The natural world is telling us it's time to conserve. The scientific world and these reports, of course, I believe them, but we have to think about the collective upstream, downstream, the tribes, our neighboring states, and I see an urgency. I don't think it's just, I appreciate the way you put this, but I think we have to have a more holistic conversation on Indigenous core values and water for all as we think long-term, and to be innovators and leaders and saying it's okay to conserve now because we want everybody to have it, and we are worried about the natural world. I am. Our constituents are. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner Bustamante.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Hughes and I are going to be bringing forward a resolution. We have a great start on it. I don't know if staff has seen it. It's not ready for prime time yet, but it really digs into the details, margins of error, how are we going to show this. I am completely with you on board with the notion of how we're protecting nature and what, when we say the environment, the water use just to keep everything alive. But I do want to let the board know that we will be bringing something forward that's under review, that we used external support in identifying almost all elements. And I'm going to say what was put together was deemed a heavy lift from some of the with the, I would say, the free consultant we had, who has been a deputy director of a state agency that worked water, has a ton of experience. I will say that confidently that the work that both Travis and Brent are doing is a very good start, and that I don't want them to feel like, whoa, but we've got a lot that's done, but how do we and how will we move forward in protecting all that is, and ensuring that we have stable, good understanding. This is good to see, how much paper water rights. When I see water rights, we have the water rights, I think, well, we're just waiting for the day for the lawsuits, well, we have the water rights, and no disrespect, but we're really working on getting this really firm handle. And I couldn't agree more, coming from an incredibly arid location. In the 70s, we had, water restrictions, and why not always, right? Why not? Just, I'm hearing you. So I did check with our attorney, and I can let you know that there is a resolution that's hopefully going to really put some detail and a ability for us to really have a sense of what this means to future generations. Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Could we get the presentation back up, please? I think we lost Daniel. I'll go off my notes, but I just wanted to. So the first slide said something like 1.3 billion gallons are available to us. I guess I want to know if that is water that is passed through the system. I understand that or is it just allotted to us, reserved elsewhere, perhaps in a reservoir in a physical material capacity, or if it is a paper allocation, if we're counting paper water rights in that number of the 1.3 billion. Sorry, Daniel.
Chair Greene, Commissioner Johnson, your memory is pretty good. It is just under 1.4 billion gallons of water that's available. What comprises that number is what we have in our native water rights, and so that's our legal entitlement. If we need to divert that and the water is available, then we will have the legal right to do that. It includes our San Juan Chama project water. That is also dependent on fill. If you divert it, then it needs to refill in future years. We have not been diverting it historically, and so we've been carrying it over, and it's been residing in our water storage agreement with the Water Authority. And then it also includes the water resources agreement with the city of Santa Fe, which can be supplied from any of their sources.
Okay, thank you. So it's sort of allocated to us. We have credit in a bank account. The water's not just sitting somewhere waiting for us. It's not flowing through the river and we're missing it, right? Because it says recurring. So that's yearly. I imagine some of it goes downstream. I think my other main question, and so that we don't belabor this, but it said, so if we could go a couple of slides ahead, there's one that says water allocated for approved development. Does that mean development that is permits have been processed through growth management, or is it a just kind of reserved set aside of water allocation? So we've used 30% of it, or we've used 70% of it, or is that 100% of the this 1.330 billion for slated development?
Chair Greene, Commissioner Johnson, this number is representative of all the developments that have been approved, and then every development that is at some degree of potential certainty. That doesn't necessarily mean that those developments are going to come forward and actually come to fruition and start having water diversion and delivery to them. And then it also has any of our excess water rights that are available for developments that are approved that the Commission wants to pursue.
And is that, where do wells fit into this picture?
The wells as in?
I guess groundwater rights is what I...
Chair Greene, Commissioner Johnson, the county doesn't necessarily have too many groundwater rights, and we don't factor that into this calculation. These would include water delivered through the WRA, and so that would be inclusive of the city's Buckman Wellfield as well as the city Wellfield.
Got it. So what strikes me is that we have this kind of portfolio, maybe that's not the right word, but 1.34 billion, and we have 1.33 reserved for approved development, and if I did the math right, there's sort of 18 million left in the balance if tomorrow every development that was approved was online, magic, right? We would have a significantly small amount of sort of excess water in the pipeline, no pun intended.
Yeah, Chair Greene, Commissioner Johnson, yeah, if every development came to fruition overnight, it would be close to what we have in our water right portfolio for availability. But one of the practices that the county has been operating under is once we have developments come in and enter into agreements with the utility for an extension and delivery of water, and if they purchase the water through a fee in lieu process, we take the money that they spent or paid for that water and turn around and purchase more water rights and verify that we have capacity at the Buckman direct diversion. The developments can also bring their own water rights or their own water supply and have it dedicated to the county for delivery to that specific development. And so that's one of the ways that we've been trying to move along as developments come to fruition, is just making sure that there's a healthy buffer between what we have versus what we're expected to deliver on any given year.
Okay, so it sounds like another way to put that, and you can correct me if this is off base, is that we have enough for what we've approved thus far, and some to spare, but we are getting closer and closer. I know that people who are interested in developing housing in Santa Fe County sometimes bring more and adds to our 1.34 billion, right? But we are getting closer to the allocated water rights. At present, we use about almost half, but not quite. I mean, yeah, close to one third. I'm not going to be spot on with the math, but that picture changes if all of the development comes to fruition.
Chair Greene, Commissioner Johnson, I think that the county has been cognizant of that situation, and we have been continuously trying to solidify our water right portfolio, and with different supplies of water, either online now or coming online in the future, we think that it's very easy to absorb these developments that are coming online. For instance, the Pewaukee Basin Regional Water System Interconnect is going to be providing a supply of water to the Santa Fe Basin that can be used to better bridge that gap.
Okay, and I thank you, Travis. I appreciate it, and I have a feeling the chair is going to have some comments on this. I'll end by saying, in line with what Commissioner Kakari-Stone is suggesting about the conservation, which is a important and good conversation to have. This dynamic of what, or I would say like sort of binary between what we use and what we approve, is something that we as a commission should consider going forward, because I love the buffer that we have now, but it does appear that we are chipping away at it, and of course we are, right? Water is a finite resource. So thank you for answering that. This is very helpful. It is absolutely true that we get questions about this all the time, and I would appreciate it. I think my colleagues will ideally agree that this is sort of readily available on the public works website at the appropriate place, or sustainability for that matter.
Chair Greene, Commissioner Johnson, I can personally ensure that it can be added to the utility webpage.
Great, thank you. And it is well done, so thank you for working on it.
Just before I turn it over to you, Commissioner Hughes, I'd like to see this 1.331 billion as compared to the 1.4 billion, right? Because that's the comparison, right? We've already pledged 90-something% is already claimed, at least in the math that you were showing here. So then, right, that's sort of, but they're on different slides, right? Right, and so that's a key correlation for us to start to understand that regardless of what we're using, we've approved and sort of given people the right to tie into our system. It doesn't deal with people that are using groundwater. And now my next question is does it talk about Pewaukee Basin? Is Pewaukee Basin in the 1.4 billion yet?
Chair Greene, no.
No.
This is only our system as it is
right
currently.
So, but we know that that's coming, and we talk about it all the time here. It's not a surprise. I do think that folks in the Pewaukee Basin get significantly concerned when they think that we're going to take water for development out here, right? Hear it all the time, right? You're just taking the water here for development in. They blame the city of Santa Fe, but honestly, it's going to be Santa Fe County that's going to take it before the city's going to take it, at least the county's water. tribal water might go to the city. But to start to look comprehensively and have another slide that includes what's going to come online in 2 years or so from Pojoaque Basin, talk about what Pojoaque Basin's needs are most likely. Again, if everybody tied into it and then only 20% or 40% or whatever tied into it, and what excess is going to be available to get it out of the basin for sustainability of the operations of the plant out there, but not long term, right? Santa Fe County, for the most part, has pledged not to take water out of there except for the management balance of, sustainable operations. And then similar to the shared pool agreement, are we going to keep a balance sheet, right? If every drop of water that leaves the basin is going to come back in the future, that's probably what the folks up in the Pojoaque Basin want to see. And then teaching people that we are going to keep a ledger, right? And as we're going to see in the next presentation, the return flow pipeline and the difference between San Juan Chama water versus native flow water and how we could leverage that. That becomes, great presentation, starts to get into the details here. I think now a slide that talks about different basins, different potential, customers, whether it's El Dorado coming online and wanting to buy 300, 400, 500 acre feet a year, what's available in the Pojoaque Basin to move over there, short-term, long-term, and the agreements that start to look at this in that big picture. This is great. Let's start to add 2 or 3 more slides into this and talk about how that plays into that. But I do want to start to put the concept into people's mind about discounted paper water rights. If we're getting 30% of what our flows of San Juan Chama water is this year because of drought in the San Juan Chama Basin, that to me means that paper water right is only worth 30 cents on the dollar. And we need to start thinking about if somebody's going to bring us water rights that could be delivered at less than 100%, we need to start thinking about maybe it's not $35,000 or $36,000 per acre foot that people come in to bring here in fee and lieu, but it's closer to $100,000, 3 times more, because if the new normal is 30 cents on the dollar or 30% of the flows, we need to start thinking in those details. And conceptually, it's hard math, but it's the reality of what we're getting. And I want to start to put that concept into all of us here, but really into the concept of what are we going to start to do in the community and in the development community to understand, it's not worth $30,000 anymore. It's really worth $100,000, gallon for gallon.
Yeah, thank you for those comments, Chair. Conceptually, just right now, it's a little bit hard for me to imagine implementing something like that, but it's definitely a fun thought experiment that we can continue to discuss.
Yeah, it's kind of the reality of what the future might be, or it's going to be that we're going to start blackwater systems and we're going to start putting a closed system together, but at the same time, if we're only getting 30% flows, then we're going to hear about the return flow pipeline in a few seconds, and that is a 3x multiplier. So those San Juan Chama gallons have a 3x value, but if we're only getting 7% on the return flow pipeline, anyway, there's a lot of big decisions that kind of need to be made at a big level before we start to get into the little details here. I do also want to bring a concept for Commissioner Kokari-Stone that our friends at the Pueblo of Tesuque have been talking about, which is the concept of carrying capacity. What is the carrying capacity of our community in terms of water? And they bring this up at regular meetings of the Pojoaque Basin Regional Water System. And I'd like to start to talk about what is the carrying capacity of our community. You know, if our population grows 10%, can we do it? If our population grows 20%, can we do it? Or do we have to sort of start to see a ceiling and manage our rooftops and water use? What are going to be those key issues there? Anyway, this is great. I love it. I hope to see a next level that starts to talk about Pewaukee Basin, certainly before I leave this board in a few months, and so we can work on some of those concepts so that everyone here can hear those concepts about Pewaukee Basin water, that is San Juan Chama water, coming in and becoming part of the return flow pipeline. So maybe instead of 7%, we get to 25%, and we can triple the value of that.
Thank you, Chair. Definitely we can work on putting those together.
Cool. Thank you. Commissioner Hughes, we didn't actually get to you, so sorry, I took over before we got to you.
Well, I just wanted to thank Travis for his presentation. I think that was very nice and a good way to represent things. I do think we will need to look at the effect on El Dorado, and for example, using the aquifer under El Dorado as storage for emergencies. It's quite a big area. I don't know how much water we can store there, but we're going to, this year is going to be a typical year, probably. We're going to have droughts every other year or something. So anyway, but thanks for that. I know Commissioner Bustamante will bring forward our resolution, and we can have more discussion then. So thank you.
Thank you, Travis. Commissioners, any last comments or questions? No? Okay, great job. Thank you. It's much clearer, maybe not as happy a picture, but Bill's going to come up next and tell us how we have a much happier picture coming.
Well, Commissioners, Chair, I would like to introduce the next presentation, if I may. And so the next presentation is going to be the San Juan Chama Return Flow Pipeline Project. And like you said, Bill Schneider with the City of Santa Fe is going to be presenting an update as to where the project is and what the purpose is. But I would like to give some history from the county's perspective. So we entered into the Memorandum of Understanding with the City of Santa Fe for this project back in 2021. Included in that memorandum is a financial consideration for a percentage of the return flows that become available because of the project. The purpose of the project is to return a treated effluent to the Rio Grande, and it would support additional diversion at the Buckman Direct Diversion. And then currently, the county holds a 7% interest. Recently, you guys considered through the budget procedures increasing the amount of money that the county had tied to the project to reflect the new cost estimates of the project with construction factored in. And so with that, I would like to introduce Bill.
Thank you, Travis. Come on up, Bill. Please tell us the magic of Buckman Direct San Juan Chama Return Flow Pipe Project update.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I really do appreciate the opportunity to present to you a status update on the San Juan Chama Return Project. I have 9 slides, so roughly 10 minutes if permitted. Okay. I just want to start in terms of maybe, I was taking some notes, a very insightful comment that Commissioner Bustamante noted made me think to give context in terms of purpose and need of this particular project. And that's sort of tied to this dire hydrology. Like right now, the runoff is the lowest in recorded history right now. And to give it context, we are working through the state of New Mexico, a settlement with Texas v. New Mexico 141, which is going to be a game changer in terms of administration on the lower Rio Grande. Elephant Butte's at 3% of storage capacity currently. Our debit to Texas on the Rio Grande Compact is 140,000 deficit. At 200,000, we have a tripwire with respect to potential compact non-compliance. We have 95 miles of dry riverbed between on the Rio Grande right now. At Ottawa Gauge, we're below 200 CFS of native flows. If we didn't have the shared pool agreement, the BDD would be offline, and we would be triggering the water resources agreement, which comes with a considerable expense to the county. And lastly, I kind of want to spin now to the positive. Okay, so 2002 was the most recent bad hydrologic year. This year's worse. In 2002, the city had to make an emergency declaration of a water emergency to the point where we turned off all water to the parks. 100-year-old trees died. We recall that, right? We had to do an emergency declaration to install some new wells, supplemental wells to Buckman Wellfield. Okay, so fast forward 20 years, it's kind of like compound, this millennial drought. And we're standing in a situation now where with our joint powers agreement, the BDD, we're diverting it out of the Rio Grande with San Juan Chama water. We're diverting out of the Santa Fe River with Canyon Road, and we have our 2 well fields operational and ready. So in terms of resiliency and partnership, there's been a huge success. The city and the county have over 2 years of San Juan Chama water in storage in Abiquiu. So to set the stage now for the project. And thank you for allowing me to ad lib. I do need to thank our partners. This is a federal project. This project has been authorized by Congress. It is funded through this Title 16 program. And this has been the challenge. We have 3 federal agencies: BLM, Forest Service, Reclamation. The project is designed only to divert the component of effluent that originates at the BDD as San Juan Chama water. There will be no native water allowed through our permit to be used for return.
Bill, can I ask a quick question while I got that? Yeah, you said diverted water at BDD. Pojoaque Basin, San Juan Chama water is included in that, or that's different?
That will require a separate permit for the diversion and routing, basically for the accounting, Commissioner. I've looked at our permit, and I'll be happy to share it with the commission, RFP 4842. It does not distinguish relative to where the SJC water originates from, but the accounting does. So that would need to be essentially an amendment to our permit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, okay, I always start with this image, and again, I'll be brief. I think, again, to try to put things in proper context, there's been an evolution of Santa Fe's, I'm going to say city and county water supply. Up into the 1970s, the 2 primary sources were within the Santa Fe watershed, right? So we had the Santa Fe River, and then the city well field, which was installed in the 1950s during a very dire drought. Fast forward, I like to use the metaphor water footprint. Our water footprint is now extended past the Santa Fe River watershed out to the Buckman well field, which was permitted in 1970. And I did share with the BDD board a month ago, in the application for the permit for the Buckman well field in 1971, it contemplated a return flow pipeline for return flow credits. This is not a new concept. All right, and then clearly with the JPA, the Buckman direct diversion. So let me put it in a different perspective. Very unique. From left to right, we have a 100-year record of production for the city's water supply. So starting on the left, light blue is primarily up until 1951. The only source of water is Santa Fe River. Then we went through a progression of groundwater to the point when I guess I would title it groundwater mining. There was unsustainable pumping that peaked in 1995, coincidentally with the formation of the county utility and the city utility. And since that time, another success story, as I think we've all heard, it's prevalent through the West, is basically a 33% decrease in demand with a 25% increase in population, okay? But a key point, 2011, we've seen, and this is something, there is agreement with the city and the county with respect to conjunctive management, is pivot to use and a predominant use of renewable surface water supply and reserving groundwater for times of drought. Excuse me. And so next slide, and this kind of gets to the point of what the San Juan Chama project is. It was signed by President Kennedy and authorized in 1962. It was completed in 1971. So we're getting nearing over 50 years now of existence, and there's certainly some maintenance involved. And its most basic tenet, this project consists of the first diversions off of tributaries to the San Juan River system, which is tributary to the Colorado River. 3 diversions, all gravity, fed into Heron Reservoir in the most basic sense. Simple, no energy consumption, and at that point now the water can enter the middle Rio Grande through basically the Rio Chama, through El Vado, through Abiquiu, and onto the Buckman direct diversion. All right, moving along. So this is a graphic. It's a schematic, and it just demonstrates the simplicity of this project. Hopefully, the obvious need for the project, water reuse, should be clear and evident. But really, the other element to this project that brings a lot of value is it's basically a pipe. It's 17 miles and extends from the Paseo Real water reclamation facility. It's going to basically run along right past the county utility building, pass on along 599, and then basically down the old Buckman Road. One of the key features to this is thinking to the future is in the day, which is what El Paso is pursuing right now, is in the possibility of direct potable reuse, which is showers to flowers, right? That concept. The pipe will run right past the Buckman direct diversion. So there's opportunities. We did not explore that in the permitting or in the analysis, but it was evaluated in the feasibility study that was funded by Reclamation in 2019. So with that said, really what this consists of is, I call it indirect potable. It's returning San Juan Chama water from the Paseo Real right below the diversion on the Rio Grande, and we have a permit already in place with the state of New Mexico to bring that water back through return flow credit via an exchange. Very simple. So another way to sort of conceive this, and it's just the same graphic, but kind of just carrying this storyline through, just again for the purpose of simplicity. Really, the challenge is going to be the accounting and utilizing this system, should it be built, for the purpose of gain, and Commissioner Greene sort of alluded to, it opens opportunities for everybody. All right, so basically it's a 17-mile pipe, and we already have a permit for return flow credits, and one of the key things that this project rose so high, and in fact, this project is funded through what's called the Title 16 program. It scored highest in the country. And it's a competitively bid process. We've received 2 installments of funding, but the reason being is the importance of water reuse, and then the opportunities that it could bring into the future with respect to available supply. And so with that said, here's how it will work. The image on the left is currently how we operate the BDD with San Juan Chama water. The red line and its thickness corresponds, let's just give it a unit of 100. We call for 100 units of water from Abiquiu. We lose 2% to seepage loss, and then 98% of that, or 98 units, is brought into the city and county through the BDD. But we only get, I use the metaphor, one bite at the apple, because then basically on an annual basis, on average, 33% of the water that we currently divert is lost to either outdoor water use, consumption, system losses, etc., which means 66 or 67% of that water returns back to the Paseo Real. This is where the immense investment and success the city has observed with its conservation program has allowed for an opportunity now to realize a new water supply. And with that said, how this will work, and then if we go to the graphic to the right, is this purple line, which represents the pipeline. And again, line thickness corresponds to units. Now you see the red line is basically thinner. It represents, we're still going to divert that 100 units, but we're only calling for 33 units because the other 66 or 67 units of water will be credited from returns by the pipeline. This project is very basic. I do get asked a lot is what took so long to get this to this point? And that would be a very long conversation. So with that said, I need to maybe come up with some infographics. Those are very impressive, Travis. But I like to convey the message. And so we have 3 lines here for the benefit of the commission. The first line, this light green dashed line, is the city's allotment of San Juan Chambre water year to year. We have a federal contract for 5,230 acre feet. As has been noted in this conversation today, some years we have shortages. We have minimum bypass flow requirements on those tributaries. And we have effectively drought. And some years we get a full allotment, some years we don't, and that's what this figure shows. The second line, the dark blue line, is our current status of San Juan Chambre water stored in Abiquiu. Over 2 years of supply. Had this project come online and been built in 2020, we can go to the third line, we'd have doubled our water available wet, and this has been a conversation today, paper water versus wet water. This is wet water. And the county can benefit from this, and one thing I did not touch on is where did 7% come from? It kind of feels random. It was based on, the city has 5230 in contract, and the county has 375, and that ratio is 93-7. So with that said, the reason I came here today was the intention was we are winding down a very long, and maybe I'll say it out loud, painful process under NEPA. And we're working through our environmental permits, and the expectation was, and I got to clarify now, to have an environmental assessment out for public comment with a 30-day review period. What was intended to be in October. The Forest Service had reached out to us and requested a 90-day extension, and they had good rationale reason. Clearly, there's 2 fires, they're having some staffing issues, and they really are working very hard and diligently for government-to-government consultation with the sovereign nations. Okay, so with that said, because this is a federal project, the expectation, I didn't want anyone on the commission to be caught off guard when this goes out to public. Phones may ring about this project. Hopefully some supporters. We've been hopefully conveying the significance and criticality of a reuse project given sort of the challenges that I touched on earlier. And so with that, I just want to give a shout out to Travis, his team, Brian, and all the county staff in terms of we have an MOU. The city has funding on a separate grant with Reclamation to do what's called Santa Fe 2100, which is long-term water planning under various permutations of the best available science on climate hydrology so that we can then work together to evaluate what's called adaptation strategies. And these are simply just tools, projects, if you will, to build greater resiliency for the city, for the county, potentially for the pueblos. So we have been kicking this off. We have a suite of projects, and we are running it through a very sophisticated decision model. We're sharing that model with the county through the MOA, and hopefully, not hopefully, we will be working through, I think, some very important determinations on next steps. And with that, there will be a public process, that we will be seeking community engagement, and we're going to go through a ranking criterion. And I didn't come here to talk about 2100, but it does touch on some of the issues that were brought forth in terms of not just emphasizing the amount of water for the lowest price, but also building in, which the pipeline project did as well, other aspects, environmental considerations, cultural, traditional uses of water, societal benefit overall. And so with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. This was very informative. One of the questions that I'll be asked about the return flow and all of that, and frankly, any of it, is what potential it may have in recharging the springs in the La Cienega area. Is there, and also diverting the water is going to impact the ranch and farm communities downstream. Now, they're right now not real thrilled with the PFAS in their water, so I don't know how much of that, but the drop will be in the Santa Fe River. The aquifer has clearly dropped in my lifetime, just from experience in digging holes. And I'm wondering if you can speak to that at all, of, you know, the impacts to the Santa Fe River and depletion of the springs in that area.
Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, thank you for that question. It's a difficult one to ask in brevity, but I will do my best. In the event that this project is built and as we continue to utilize as our primary source of water supply San Juan Chama water, that allows for us to rest the well fields, which we're already observing significant recovery, at least in the city. And I'm also seeing in places along the county, the work that the Bureau of Geology is showing, there are places in the Cienega reaches that are recovering slowly. So the idea is if we have less groundwater pumping, the natural systems will restore themselves. The city respects the importance of traditional agriculture to the community. We've made a commitment not to dry the river below the Paseo Real. We're only looking to divert San Juan Chama water. And so building on that, there's a lot of work to be done. I'm not going to say complete success story, but if we can get domestic wells onto the city-county system in the future, that could help alleviate some of that pressure. But I'll stop there.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner, can I, to this point, because I also worry about that, because we are taking water that might naturally now go down the river. I would love to see an accounting of water that does go down the river, you know, with the idea that San Juan Chama water is going to be recycled back and forth and back and forth. But there is native Santa Fe River water and well field water. You know, some of it might go to be gray water for irrigation and things like that. But to find a guarantee for the folks in La Cienega and the downriver communities to say, look, the natural river flow of the Santa Fe River has to continue to flow downstream. And to look at those three sort of areas. There's one that goes San Juan Chama, back and forth, back and forth. There's one that's Santa Fe River, and then there's well field water that might go to recharging the well fields. And that's an accounting that I think the folks that are downstream would like to be able to see somehow in the future.
So, Chair, Commissioner, so that information will be released as part of the environmental assessment. And so you'll be able to basically go to the appendice and see the breakdown. If I may, I think it's a really important point for the Cienega community and La Cienega as well. By creating this fifth new source of water supply, and you stated it best, this permutation of a compound interest of San Juan Chama water, we can operate our system in such a way so in the summer months when the irrigators are calling for water downstream, we are able to shift our supply source to native water. The city intends to be filing applications for discharge credits and return flow credits for the water so that we then have a commitment and a need, because we're also getting the resource benefit as well as the environmental and traditional. So there's a lot of moving parts here. I came only to speak to the project, but I could share with you that under our leadership with Marcos and my team, there's going to be a lot of activity with the state engineer's office in the next 9 months.
No, Ms. Johnson? So I have a Commissioner Hughes. We'll come back to you if you have a question. But Bill, I look at this return flow pipeline as being 3 segments. Maybe it's not, but I'm looking at it this way. From Paseo Real.
I don't really have any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hughes. From Paseo Real to Buckman Direct. It's going to be treated water, maybe theoretically sometime if we go back to toilet to tap or whatever the more attractive word expression is these days, that capacity should be big, right? 100% of all of our water use in Santa Fe and the county that goes to Paseo Real, so that we have a closed loop system and that we can just keep pushing it back to Buckman Direct, which becomes our treatment facility, whether it's using river water or it's using gray water, black water, whatever. Then segment 2 goes from Buckman Direct to the Buckman well fields. So it has a lesser capacity, but it would also be able to take Buckman water, Buckman wellfield water, and return it to the Buckman well fields to keep that in balance and recharge that. And then segment 3 is the amount that goes back to from the Buckman well fields all the way to the Rio Grande and becomes the amount that we're allowed to process through whatever agreements at the well field. But those are different size pipes and should be sized accordingly. Is that foreseen in this?
Yes, Chair and Commissioners, that's correct. There's a 10 MGD capacity to the return flow project. So the answer is absolutely yes. And also, it's important to note, again, our system's really complex and it's hard to be brief. We also have what we call the Las Campanas reuse line,
okay,
which has a capacity of 2.3 MGD up to 3. So combined, and now they're separate projects. There's no segmentation. I have to be clear on the NEPA world. There's a lot of opportunity for both the city and the county to benefit. I really like your vision. We're exploring that under 2100. So I'm going to work backwards and I'll be very brief. You hit on a key point. The color of effluent that originates from the Buckman wellfield water, which is imported water, it's coming from outside the Santa Fe River Basin. That water we would like to keep in the river. We would like to get a discharge credit for it so we could apply it for offsets to the Buckman wellfield. In the event of direct potable reuse, I'm not convinced, but I could be. We did explore it, that the BDD would be the right facility to implement that. I see no benefit of direct DPR currently because we're getting all the benefit through the return flow. It's just cheaper and safer. Things like PFAS, we weren't even exploring 4 years ago, right? The technology's available to do DPR. The question is, does it make sense to do it at Paseo Real? The BDD is a joint project, city-county, or a third location. So we're going to explore that as part of 2100. Did I answer all the questions? There may have been a third piece that
I just look at it 3 different size pipes because we have 3 different levels of use in that.
Yeah.
I get it. You guys are on it. You're thinking comprehensively, including downstream, La Cienega. I would like to say that I hope that you're taking into the calculation water San Juan Chama that we may be able to broker with the Pojoaque Basin. Of course, it's our internal ledger at Santa Fe County, but if we have, say, an extra 1,000 acre feet or 2,000 or 3,000 acre feet, whether it's Santa Fe County water or it is the Pueblo's water, that we can leverage this return flow pipeline in a way that takes that into consideration before we make too many commitments. And if you need me to make a comment in the NEPA, I will do that just for that purpose.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I met with the city attorney on Monday. We had a meeting with county staff on the concepts of intertie and how to optimize the source water either from the county or the pueblos. There are plenty of opportunities for what I would say synergy, including using existing infrastructure. These projects get expensive. So the idea that the city in particular, but with the BDD, with the county, we're 80% there, if not closer, in terms of having the available infrastructure. I'll probably stop there if that's okay.
That's great. We really appreciate you coming here. I've seen this presentation at BDD. This is a different version of it. Thank you. Commissioners, any other? No? Thank you, Bill. Keep it up. And thank you, Travis. Keep working together on this. All right. La Bajada Ranch. This is Joseph and the team there. Okay.
Good evening, Chair.
Hi.
Members of the board. Glad to be here this evening. All right, here we go. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about La Bajada Ranch. I'm going to provide a history around the county's acquisition of the property, some of the planning context, and kind of what planning staff are recommending in terms of next steps. And then I look forward to getting your impressions and notes. So if you're not familiar, La Bajada Ranch is located about 29 miles southwest of Santa Fe. If you're driving on 25 and you pass the La Cienega exit, it's almost the entirety of the land from that exit to the next overpass. It abuts the traditional community of La Cienega, as you can see here. It abuts directly lower La Cienega. Comprised of 3 primary parcels, as you can see here in pink. Its zoning district is it's a PD, planned development. And the property has 2 access points, one formal and informal, and I'll go more into that in a later slide. One moment. So the planning history and context. This was a pretty contentious property for a while. When I first started here almost 3 years ago, I wasn't exactly encouraged to talk publicly about La Bajada Ranch, though I often wanted to. It wasn't until we started doing the La Cienega, La Cieneguilla community plan update that it was brought up again as a priority for the community. And in that plan, in the 2015 plan, it's identified as a priority, as well as in 2026, the most recently adopted plan, it's listed as number 9 on the implementation matrix to focus on the responsible development of the property in accordance to the community's kind of vision for it. It's also on the county's strategic plan. So this is all kind of part of the reason that I'm here in front of you now. But back in 2006, there was a master plan that was submitted to building a development for a residential development of over 600 units. And this was highly contentious in the community. There was a lot of organization in opposition to this, in part because it would require extending county water lines, and then also because it was such a large amount of units. So the developer ultimately decreased the total number of units to 168. This was still met with resistance from the community. And in 2009, the property was purchased by the county for about $7 million. Not a lot happened between 2009 and 2012 when the La Bajada Ranch Steering Committee was formed by the Board of County Commissioners on October 30th. The steering committee did a lot. There was some significant planning that occurred that I'll go into in the next slide, but ultimately the steering committee is kind of what we're modeling our recommendation off of tonight. So In 2014, the Griego brothers purchased the remaining, sorry, let me go back here. Purchased the remaining 850 acres to the neighboring property owner, Frank Mancuso Jr., leaving the county with 470 acres. In 2014, October 9th, the La Bajada Ranch Steering Committee issued an RFP and received one response in terms of a management proposal. This was also from Frank Mancuso Jr. It's pictured here, largely agricultural education, not a ton of redevelopment was proposed for the property. And the extent to which that management proposal was carried through is still kind of lives in a gray area. However, Frank Mancuso then went on to lease the property from the county, an agricultural lease, from 2017 to 2022 is when it expired. So since we've been talking about water, here's a little bit of the water context for the property. In 2012, it was a bit unclear when the county first purchased the property, at least it wasn't made clear, whether or not water rights came with the property. So in 2012, the BCC determined that the county actually purchased the property without water rights, except for a 3-acre-foot from a domestic well. From this well in 2014, NMSU extension, Tom Dominguez, actually, who's on Colpack, installed this well and the irrigation from it. And the county, so if there were to be any sort of development on this property, it's likely that county water lines would need to be extended. That's one of the reasons that the county didn't purchase the water rights, apparently, was because it had the option of extending the water lines. Additionally, El Alamo Creek runs through the southernmost parcel. It's been dammed and turned into this pond, which has bass in it. Several community members had mentioned one potential use would be agricultural education, outdoor education, as well as fishing for youth. So the current condition, as I mentioned, 3 parcels. There's no structures on the 2 northernmost parcels. On the southern parcel, there are 2 houses and a barn. I say in need of structural assessment, but after talking with Brian Snyder and reading through there was a structural assessment done on one of the buildings, and it would be a substantial investment and likely just need to be demolished, which is unfortunate because they are beautiful homes for the most part. So in front of one of the structures is what's called a ranch foreman's house. There's a 1/4-acre field that received soil amendments in 2014 from YouthWorks. This is also the same field that's irrigated by the well that NMSU installed. And again, 2 potential access points, one of which is shown here. This would be the primary access. It's the only paved access, though that's kind of debatable if you can see the photo. There also is significant archaeological significance to the property. There was archaeological excavations done, as well as just a general site analysis. Artifacts dating back 4,000 years at least are found primarily on the southernmost parcel, though there are some found on the central parcel. So in 2010, there was the county did a La Cienega land use survey to try to determine what the community wanted to do with this property. From that, the steering committee in 2012 made some recommendations in the form of what I've seen called a conceptual plan. I've been combing through boxes of papers and random files on our computer system and trying to piece together this history. And the only thing I could find that was considered to be a conceptual plan was this map pictured here on the bottom, conceptual development plan. This kind of carves out 3 distinct zones. 265 acres as a conservation area, designated as completely unsuitable for structural development, strictly protected for open space, public hiking trails, and watershed protection. 145 acres restricted development, which would be allowed for limited use under tight conditions, thinking low-intensity agriculture. And then 60 acres identified as the optimal primary zone for concentrated low-impact building sites. So from this, along with the La Cienega Land Use Survey and recommendations from the steering committee, there was an idea for a winery incubator and agricultural hub. Think food processing, value-added ag, food storage and aggregation and distribution potentially. And so from this, there was a feasibility study for a wine business incubator or co-op that was completed in 2018, as well as a vineyard site suitability analysis by NMSU. We have all of these plans in the planning office. There was also a multi-use community agriculture center with winery business incubator, shared use produce processing facility. This was a plan that was completed. And then a business plan for the La Bajada Commonage winery and produce market that was completed as recently as 2021. And, you know, one thing that I couldn't find in my research was why none of this happened. And so in speaking with former planners, Robert Griego, and as well as community members who were familiar with the project, they cited critical water and wastewater hurdles as with any development. Wineries, while less water intensive than housing developments, still require regular water. There's also high financial risk, and this is probably the most notable, as this was in 2021, a $6 million price tag. And it was an operational model of county builds it, nonprofit leases it. And then there was the pivot to scale down to agricultural leases. So rather than build this winery agriculture complex, it would be much more cost effective for the county to just lease the land to agricultural users. The only issue with this is that NMSU identified in their vineyard site analysis, the reason they did the vineyard site analysis is because they had taken soil samples from all over the property and deemed vineyards and orchard crops to be the most suitable agricultural products for this site. So if you're going to lease the land to agricultural producers, you would need to be pretty specific in the type of agriculture you're doing. Or something that has occurred to us is this could be an opportunity to partner with local regenerative ag nonprofits like Quivira or Flower Hill Institute or Reunity to look at demonstration sites for soil amendments. So that kind of brings us to now. This is what we had initially thought. I unfortunately didn't have a chance to change this slide before this presentation, but there's a PER in planning's budget for additional access to La Bajada Ranch, which is something that is consistent throughout all the planning documents we've seen as necessary. There's right now one ingress and egress, and it's pretty compromised. There is informal access via a Jeep road on the Entrada exit, but that would need to be formalized, so to speak. As well, you know, that would provide additional access, but also in the La Cienega community plan, in the implementation matrix, it was identified that additional emergency access was needed to lower La Cienega. This could fulfill both of those needs ideally. The second bullet point here is something that we would need to reevaluate with Public Works. about the PER for rehabilitation of the main house and primary access to the property. But I think our primary recommendation for this evening is to form a La Bajada Ranch working group to review all these existing materials, identify funding sources, and review management proposals. Is a winery incubator still a viable option? If so, where's the funding coming from? If not, what are some other viable options that the community would want? And so, I don't have the slide up here, but essentially, at the next BCC meeting, I would like to bring a resolution to form this working group to you. And the working group essentially would evaluate all the planning alternatives and recommendations against the following criteria. Compatibility with the land, surrounding communities, and local agricultural practices. Sustainability as defined by the Sustainable Growth Management Plan. Conservation of unique cultural, agricultural, historical, and biological resources on the property. Maximization of the county's investment while adhering to sound development principles. Support for underserved or at-risk populations. Economic development and social service niche for the county. Feasibility of self-supporting operations for any on-site enterprises. Water resource stewardship and responsible leasing models, and community benefit and stakeholder input. And so the idea is that this working group would be, you would recommend 9 members to the county manager that would have some sort of demonstrated interest in one of the following areas, one or more of the following areas. Agriculture, including value-added food production, viticulture and winemaking, commercial development, water rights and water law, tribal representation, nonprofit governance or cooperative management models, cold storage or food hub operations, tourism and economic development, environmental conservation and ecology. This working group would also have 4 county staff from planning, economic development, sustainability, community service, and public works, and 1 community representative from La Cienega, as well as the county commissioner from District 3, Ms. Commissioner Bustamante. And with that, I am concluding, and I stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Joseph. Commissioner Bustamante, do you want to?
Thank you for this. I look forward to the group getting together. I was on the original, after the acquisition, the group that was going to identify the best possible use. I was also the Dean of Trades, Advanced Technology, Sustainability, and Teacher Education at Santa Fe Community College, and we had a viticulture and enology program and a big ask for people in the northern region for a, it was when I worked with economic development at that time, for a wine incubator. The Black Mesa was leasing their place, and then people would make enough money to get the next piece of equipment. A lot of that really went away during COVID. I didn't know really what happened with the wine industry at that point, but I do understand that we still have a state viticulturist. I just don't know if that's practical. Again, I look forward to the group coming together. But those are the 2 parts of these initiatives that I had been a party to. So thank you for your good work on this, and let's move forward in how we can make the best use of this in the interest of the county and the people in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Greene, Commissioner Bustamante. Thank you for that context. I'm a doctoral student at UNM, and my focus is historic and contemporary wine production in New Mexico. And so I'm trying to restrain my bias towards this. But I have made wine in La Cienega, and I have tended vineyards in La Cienega, and I've worked with Tom Dixon, and I know that there's a long-standing tradition of winemaking in La Cienega. That, you know, there used to be wine made at Tres Rios Ranch and sold to turquoise and silver miners in Madrid and sold to Agua Fria, and so there is a historical precedent, and so I do appreciate your
Just for historical context, it is rumored that wine that was made from the vines in the Tres Rios area was used in the sacristy, which was never supposed to happen because it only came from Europe. So, something happened there. Ooh. Yeah, but anyway, I think it's very cool stuff.
We won't tell the Spanish.
We won't, yeah. Keep it away from the Archbishop. Thanks.
I'm not a PhD student in this, but I do try wine, so I'm happy to try some. Yeah, so.
Thank you, Chair Greene. Joseph, please know that I was listening with the headset. I had to take a bio break. But I really appreciate your work, your expertise, this presentation, and certainly not only benefit District 3, but the whole county, because we need more historical, cultural spaces to go to and land that brings it all together. And I am trying to curb my enthusiasm if you need another committee member that likes to taste wine. I'm just teasing. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Joseph, and I'll join that committee.
That's a quorum, so.
Yeah, we'll have an open meeting. Honestly, I'm a little bit, so I'm fully in support of the working group, and I think that is, a path forward. I think this could be a cool project. I am confused because, so Mr. Tresco, who's here, presented during public comment and passed out something for La Bajada Santa Fe Canyon Ranch. I sense that these are separate, but they're somehow connected, procedurally. So if you could briefly explain that to me so that I understand, I see the current location of the ranch, of La Bajada, the community. Just briefly explain how these are related. It seemed like there were development areas that could be developed.
Mm-hmm.
So where are we with that?
Chair Greene, Commissioner Johnson, thank you for the question. It's my understanding that Mr. Tresco has a management proposal for the property, but it's also my understanding that to accept such a proposal, we would need to allow for other people to submit their own proposals. And so one idea was that this working group could choose to solicit a request, an RFP, request for proposals from the public, as was done with the original steering committee. And at that time, Mr. Tresco could then submit his management proposal, along with anybody else who had any ideas for a proposal for the property.
I see. So this could be an example of sort of development vision, but the intention of the working group would be to sort of weigh various, community concerns, economic development concerns, et cetera, and sort of sort through a variety of visions. Is that accurate?
I would say that's accurate.
Okay. Well, then I would, I think I'm very out of the loop for this is far west of my district, so I take what Commissioner Bustamante says seriously about the needs and the changing visions of this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes.
Yes. Well, I have a different feeling about this because we just approved a grant to help people, and a lot of those people are alcoholic. Alcoholism is the biggest cause of a lot of homelessness and a lot of stuff. And so I would feel very strange about promoting a vineyard with the, purpose of making wine on county land. I like the idea of an orchard, maybe, but I would have a very hard time approving a vineyard. That's all I have to say, really. It just completely rubs me the wrong way.
All right. I love the traditional vineyard. It is something that dates back hundreds of years of the use of the property, and I don't know that production is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back. There's plenty of other things, but it is a tradition of New Mexico and northern New Mexico that I'm not against, and I think that there's some value to the agricultural land there to look at that. So, given when there's a proposal, this land's been sitting here decaying, right? So there's a building there that potentially has lots of value, but you've said that it's a tear down, right? So the county hasn't been a very good steward of the land for a decade. Was it? Yeah, all right. So, but there's some definitely, it hasn't invested, it hasn't maintained, it hasn't preserved what's there for the most part. It's been just fallow. And when there's an opportunity here at hand, I wonder, is there a way to sort of look at, instead of turning this into a working group that spends 6 to 12 months trying to figure out what to do.
Somebody in there?
Yep. Hi, Commissioner Hughes. When there's 6 to 12 months of potential thought, no opportunity, and no seizing the sort of vision, including, like, I think the idea of producing an RFP right now, right? To say, come on, let's hear some private ideas in this thing. They could be university ideas, they could be ideas from outside of the county mechanism to say, what would you do with this land? And what could you bring to the table to do with this land? And make us all good proposals, but we're going to have this working group, it's okay, and they're going to help vet this and put recommendations forward so that theoretically in 2 to 3 months, we could look at proposals and say, yeah, we like these top 2 proposals, and then they come to, or whatever, we like this one proposal, and it comes to the Board of County Commissioners and says, this is fabulous, or not, right? But you don't lose opportunities right now when there are potentially people sitting here going, we've been waiting for the county to do something, and you haven't done anything, and now you're going to do this?
Chair?
Yes. Yeah?
I'm going to stop you right there. I apologize.
Okay.
But what you're talking about is expediting some type of, somebody comes in and uses process. And that was how this land ended up getting acquired, was because there was going to be a big housing development, et cetera. If the community is not involved, and I really appreciate the notion of getting professionals and experienced people, but this will turn into a, pitchforks and flames thing. This will not be something that we expedite because we have opportunities at hand. There was a big opportunity there, and it would have to be something done very considerately. So if it takes time, I don't think there's any public interest. I don't think the public has the appetite, I like that one, for expediting while the county's been sitting on it. People have been very happy with the county sitting on it, frankly, from the neighborhood perspective, but they understand that there will have to be use. So respectfully, you can continue to, provide the option, but I would suggest strongly against it.
Yeah.
I just don't see that being very popular in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, I understand that. I just want to, instead of have a 12-month process, potentially have things looked at. It's not trying to run things through quickly, but it's, if this working group is going to be there, give them some options early, and instead of just pie in the sky, or let's wait another 20 years to do something. But anyway, that's my sort of idea in this space, is to say, how do you solicit ideas from, whether it's this one, that one, or, UNM wants to build a new campus, so be it. So NMSU wants to grow wine, so be it. Somebody wants to do Santa Fe Canyon Ranch, whatever, right? We start to solicit ideas and letters of intent, not necessarily full-on proposals, but start the process of what can we do with this, and solicit ideas from outside of hey, we're sitting around a room thinking about what to do and making wine, when one commissioner says, I feel uncomfortable about making wine right from the very beginning, right? So,
Chair Greene, I think that is a a tenable prospect. I think that, one of the ideas was to get a group of people who are experts in their field to review these, as well as community members. I want to emphasize that. To review these potential uses for the property and find out what even might be compatible uses. What 3 or 4 things could we have, NMSU, UNM, Reunity, whoever it may be, leasing this land from the county. So yeah, I think that is a definite possibility.
What's the timeline of this committee? How long do you think this would take?
Chair Greene, this is something I'm starting to reconceptualize a little bit, but in the resolution that I've currently drafted, it has the BCC providing recommendations to the county manager within 30 days of adopting the resolution. And so then the first working group meeting would happen soon thereafter. It would review existing materials and provide recommendations over the course of a year with the opportunity of being extended. It could become a more formal body that starts to serve as a board of directors of sorts.
Okay, but talking over a year from now.
I mean, it can make recommendations throughout the course of that year, I imagine. I believe I have the working group reporting quarterly to the board to give updates and provide recommendations based on those updates.
We had a working group for Rio and Medio, and it ran for 2 years, and it only took the urgency of an opportunity from the state to get us to act onto something and to put it over the finish line. So sometimes those opportunities and that little bit of urgency can make a government that can happily hire facilitators and have lots of public meetings, but no results. So be careful. But, maybe that's what the neighborhood wants.
Chair Greene, I also think that there's opportunity for collaboration with neighboring counties as well. Sandoval County's economic development expressed interest in collaborating on something. And so I think that there's a lot of stakeholders that we need to consider.
Interesting.
But point taken, for sure.
Yep. Great. Commissioners, anything else? No? Thank you so much. Good luck with this.
Thank you. Good evening.
All right. Last but not least of the presentations, presentation on proposed new pilot economic development initiatives to expand native business development and the Santa Fe business incubator services in Santa Fe County.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Juan Torres. I'm the Economic Development Manager, and I'm here to present on the 2 pilot programs for two proposed economic development initiatives with a combined cost of $160,955 in fiscal year 27. The 2 proposals are proposed partnership with the City of Santa Fe and UNM Rainforest Innovations to expand their native business development program throughout Santa Fe County. The proposed program would support native entrepreneurs through business navigation, technical assistance, native roundtables, regional ecosystem development, resources and capital connections, and development of a sustainable native business support infrastructure. The cost for that proposal would be $85,955, and that's contained in your exhibits A through C. In addition, we propose the expansion of Santa Fe County's existing agreement with Santa Fe Business Incubator, increasing the annual contract value from $25,000 to $75,000 to expand services in rural and unincorporated areas of Santa Fe County, establish a business navigator function, develop advanced energy and fusion business recruitment and retention activities, provide fabrication and prototyping opportunities, and expand native-focused county youth, child care, workforce, and Spanish language program. The The proposed annual county investment would be $75,000 for that program. There's no action requested at this meeting. Staff requests board feedback and direction on the proposed initiatives prior to returning to the board for consideration of the associated funding and agreement actions through the budget adjustment review process in September. 2 pilot initiatives align with the Population Goal 2 to promote sustainable and equitable community. The Economic Development Plan adopted under Ordinance 2024-10 and the follow-up Economic Development Action Plan presented in December of 2024. Those are Exhibits E and F. For background, in 2022, UNM Rainforest Innovations received an American Rescue Plan Economic Adjustment Assistance Grant from the U.S. Economic Development Administration to create the New Mexico Tribal Entrepreneurship Enhancement Program. The program was designed to create broader opportunities, wealth, and growth by strengthening entrepreneurship in tribal communities through New Mexico. Tribal liaisons worked within their communities to identify the needs and barriers faced by entrepreneurs and develop community-based solutions through 4 primary components: the liaisons, entrepreneurial training, storytelling, and community engagement. The program ran between April of 2022 and June of 2025 with a number of different outcomes or activities during that period. Throughout the state of New Mexico, over 600 individuals were engaged, 200 interviews, 240 mentoring interactions happened, 447 referrals, and they held 29 community engagement and technical assistance events. In 2024, the City of Santa Fe partnered with UNM Rainforest Innovations to establish a tribal liaison position to support Native American entrepreneurs doing business in Santa Fe and surrounding areas. The program provides navigation, technical assistance, referrals, resource connections, and relationship-based economic development support. From January of 2025 through April of 2026, the activities include over 200 meetings, 1,100 mentoring and navigation interactions, 574 unique organizations and individual interactions, 11 Native American business roundtables, and engagement with more than 120 individuals across Pueblo, tribal, and urban Native communities. For fiscal FY27, UNM Rainforest Innovations has proposed expanding this work into the Regional Native Business Development Program serving the city of Santa Fe and extending to Santa Fe County. A program manager would coordinate closely with Santa Fe County Economic Development and would be responsible for establishing a structured and sustainable program rather than solely providing direct liaison services. Proposed activities include developing a formal program framework and guidebook, maintaining a Native entrepreneur tracking and project pipeline, creative Native business ecosystem map, developing a Native business advisory group proposal, pursuing outside funding, developing a sustainability plan, Native business capital strategy, conducting a number of one-on-one meetings with Native entrepreneurs, and establishing metrics and outcomes that we can have on a measurable basis. The proposed performance period would be adjusted based on if and when we get an agreement, if we have approval for the budget change, and the cost, as I mentioned, would be $85,994.54. The proposed FY27 support would be provided from available fund balance in the Economic Development Fund. The support does not commit the county to ongoing funding. In fact, the FY27 activities are intended to develop a sustainability plan, including outside funding. So this would be non-operating funds from the Economic Development Fund to be put in for these proposals. With respect to the Santa Fe Business Incubator expansion. So the Santa Fe Business Incubator, and I've got Dana Catron here, and I think Deborah Torres, who's the current liaison at the city, is online, has provided business incubation and entrepreneurial support services in Santa Fe since 1997. Under the county's existing $25,000 investment, Santa Fe Business Incubator reports
that Santa Fe County supported programming during FY25 and the first half of F26, assisted more than 80 businesses countywide, helped clients secure approximately $26 million in investment capital, and supported creation of more than 40 full-time jobs. At the March 31st, 2026 Board of County Commissioners meeting, Santa Fe Business Incubator made its annual presentation to the board. Following the presentation, commissioners expressed interest in exploring expansion of the county's existing agreement to address additional economic and workforce priorities, including youth entrepreneurship, STEM programming, connections between Santa Fe Business Incubator resources and county youth programs, child care workforce development, and Spanish language resources. In response, Santa Fe Business Incubator submitted a proposal to increase the annual county contract from $25,000 to $75,000 and expand the partnership to include the following areas: rural and unincorporated county outreach. I won't read the entire memo to save you, but you have it in front of you. Rural and unincorporated county outreach, soft landing and advanced energy fusion ecosystem development, native focused runway cohort, fabrication workshops and facility access, youth child care and language access that would develop initial pilot delivery of child care workforce incubation and acceleration, Spanish language program materials and outreach, youth entrepreneur outreach program, as well as connections between the Santa Fe County's Regional Youth Behavioral Health Center to Santa Fe Business Incubator programming. The proposal expansion of value of $75,000, the increase of $50,000 over the current annual base. The proposal states that the $75,000 will fund the expanded scope as one integrated countywide program rather than separately funded components. The Community Development Department, again, proposes the funding the increased contract sum from 2 years using the available funds balance in the Economic Development Fund. After that time, the board can evaluate the return on investment and consider transitioning the increased contract sum to the recurring operating budget if you so choose. The activities proposed are exploratory work during the current contract period, with full implementation potentially requiring additional funding in future contract cycles. Staff will develop measurable outcomes for both pilot initiatives at that time that the vendor agreements are drafted for data-driven decision-making on a program evaluation. So the combined FY25 cost for the two proposals is $160,954.56. Depending on performance, staff intends to request the same amount of funding during the FY28 budget, again, coming from the same Economic Development Fund, which currently stands at $4,010,026. That's the current balance of that fund. Again, no action is requested, but staff seeks feedback and direction regarding the proposed pilot initiatives for both these programs. And I stand for questions.
Thank you, Juan. Commissioners? Commissioner Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Torres, and thank you for joining us. I'm quite interested in this, and I just have a couple of clarifying questions, I think, as far as I guess the location of the program manager. Would they work with the city's Office of Economic Development and be in an office with those folks and kind of represent the county's scope, let's say, not the county's interests, except...
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Johnson, yes, currently that liaison is housed at the city's Office of Economic Development and partly at the Santa Fe Business Incubator. Okay. So that relationship would continue. We wouldn't have to provide any additional funding for offices or those sorts of resources.
So the in item D, the county's investment was $25,000. Is that primarily distributed to non-city businesses?
So the 25,000 that you refer to is the contract that currently exists with Santa Fe Business Incubator, where they focus on their operations in general, and we haven't focused on any expansion into Santa Fe County areas, and so outside of the city. So this would be a specific expansion, moving more out of the city. The 25,000 supports the existing support services provided there.
So in another way of saying this would be, and correct me if I'm wrong, it kind of imprints that position or funding stream to focus on county-specific activities, exclusive of the city for the most part. A lot of business obviously traverses or doesn't quite get confined to one location, but is that the general principle?
Chair and Commissioner Johnson, yes, that is, and continues to expand on our kind of city-county collaboration. And one of the issues that comes up a lot of times, I think you alluded to it, is with regards to program and services, the question becomes, are you physically in the city or the county? Yeah. We're trying to get beyond that kind of a question and expand the services in a kind of coherent way so that we don't have to get into segregating of people and say, you're over there, we can't help you. We want to just work with everyone that we can, but you're correct.
Yeah, and in a way we have an opportunity, we just cover much more area than the city does. Yes. And they focus kind of by mission in the city limits, makes sense. That's their charge. Ours is everything outside of it. The job creation number looks great. It'd be, diving into everything, you can always, get a little interested. So I won't dig deeper here, but I'm sort of interested in this in program, and I think it's particularly relevant considering the scope of Santa Fe County and our indigenous population, especially in the north. But I know that rural residency happens all over the county among indigenous people. So, I'm very interested in this. I think that this is a pretty modest investment, and given the sort of exploratory period that you outlined, it would be appropriate. So I'm generally in support of this. Thank you, Juan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante.
I think this is awesome. I think it's great. That's how I could just keep going on about how great I think it is. But I really have seen successes out of that. I used to have an office in that incubator, and to hear this expansion, and I've seen, firsthand people getting the skill sets to run their own businesses or knowing which resources they'll need in order to make it a business. So I'm all over this. It sounds beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kakari-Stone.
Thank you, Chair Greene. Thank you, Mr. Torres. I just want to really emphasize that the work you do is so appreciated. I don't know how you do your magic, but you're really out there. And you're always coming with innovations and making money really go far to do some development. President Catron, thank you for your leadership. I think you've really grown that there in your presence, who you are. You had built a lot of trust and engagement. I really support this. I like that you're working with IAIA. I think with federal funds being cut, they could really use, I don't know if there's a way to tweak in sort of like a grant development hub to grow this money as part of the design plan. Like if we could pay a grants developer to work with you to grow the native economic development part of it. I'm just throwing that out there as feedback because I think we need to leverage the funds we give. This, what you have here, 160K, probably could be $1 million, right? And you could really do something with it. I appreciate that you're working with youth. I think our Native youth need opportunities here to stay in Santa Fe, the arts, the culture. I appreciate that you've mentioned child care infrastructure and the Spanish-speaking population. Often we speak of Native persons as native to the lands of the territories in the U.S. or North America, and many of our indigenous immigrants who live on the south side or in the Santa Fe region are indigenous. And I think there's an opportunity to build on that, from Venezuela to Guatemala to Mexico, and they bring their arts and their culture. And, we have the international folk art, we really have an international indigenous network here in Santa Fe to build on. So thank you, fully support it. Let's go leverage more money and get maybe a grants developer to help us. Thanks.
Commissioner Kakari Stone and Mr. Chairman. So part of the scope of services for the tribal liaison is to identify funding sources, and we've developed a pretty good working relationship with North Central Economic Development and their grant writers, and as well as Allison Gillette that's just joined as our grants administrator. So I think we have a pretty good team of people together as well when we find that money, which is our goal, because we obviously recognize that the budget is not an infinite thing, which is one of the reasons why we didn't make this request in our normal budget period as part of our operating budget. This is a pilot with funds that are not recurring, so that we really want to get a chance to see the results of the activities before coming back.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Well, thank you for the presentation. Very interesting, but I don't have any questions.
Fabulous. Okay, I do. There are areas of overlap, right? IAIA is an obvious one that for Native businesses and entrepreneurs. Just the community college, right? And they have obviously some skills that lend themselves to maybe not quite having the business incubator aspect to it, but to complement, whether it's people in the film industry, in the culinary arts, in the medical, they've got a child care program. So finding ways to collaborate very specifically with other ecosystem partners, but just say we're the missing link in that space. And I look at the youth aspect in YouthWorks, and they have their kitchen, their social justice kitchen. They teach them to cook, but they don't teach them to run a restaurant. Right? At the end of the day, that's where the incubator and this business skills come into play. I see that. I'm happy, thrilled to see the language. This is something that I brought up 8 years ago when there was somebody else at economic development at the county, and now maybe we're going to get some real traction on, especially because the incubator is on the south side, and that is a community that should feel welcome there. It's in the neighborhood right there, and it should definitely be a part of that. In the child care space, you know, I know we've got free child care now in New Mexico, but I'm hearing from families that they not only can't find teachers, they can't find spaces, so that's a growth management land use issue for us, but in the, not only the teachers, but it's actually the entrepreneurs that say, I want to actually start a school or a childcare business. And so to take that to that next step, we can train teachers, but if they don't want to run a business, they're just they're a sole practitioner, but we need somebody to scale those opportunities there, and I appreciate that. And then, you know, the RDC, right? So there's definitely some overlap in that space with, they've got the tribal opportunity and their team. Anyway, they've got programs to approach the tribal market space. But I also want to bring another concept up, which is, I would consider this a superhuman, super strength, is that the tribes actually have Section 17s. And to explore how the Section 17 can be leveraged into the economic development of all of our tribes. And so I served on the board of the Pueblo of Tesuque's Section 17. We built the new casino. We converted the old casino into the film studio. Using those tools to understand, maybe not necessarily how to empower a single individual, but to empower some of the Pueblos to have an economic development mindset that allows them to do things that otherwise they're not ready for. I mean, when you have a Pueblo of 500 some people, they're pretty thin in their staffing. And so for us to be able to give a little bit of guidance to say, look, you can do this if just you did this, this, and this, and we didn't know, or and so on. So there's some opportunity in there to do that for the individuals or for the businesses in there. I love this. I think it's a very modest proposal that you're proposing, but you know, it's 3 times of what you were doing before, but long overdue. So, and thank you for sticking around for as long as you have. This has been a longer evening than you expected, I'm sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Greene, Chair Greene, and commissioners. I just wanted to say really quickly thank you. And it is modest, but we want to prove ourselves to all of you before we ask for a recurring larger request. And we're just really excited. On the youth side, and to your point about partnerships and the ecosystem, we're making sure we're not being duplicative across the ecosystem. So we're kind of plugging in where other groups either are under-resourced or don't have necessarily gaps, but aren't fulfilling what we want to do. So on the youth side, I'll be putting a call out. I'll make sure Juan knows, but we're going to do a really exciting 3D dissection workshop for youth in Santa Fe and Santa Fe County. It'll be open to the entire county where kids can actually go and tear apart 3D printers that don't work. We're partnering with Meow Wolf on this to get some of their used equipment. So trying to think outside the box to get kids engaged and excited about entrepreneurship and what they can do post school. So thank you.
So to sort of a little bit to that point, I love this laundry list of things that you're going to do, but honestly, $50,000 extra doesn't seem like it's going to go very far.
Yes.
And so we got $4 million sitting in the bank, right? If you've got a plan that says, I really could do with more, you've heard from a few of us here as to some specific areas. If there's like I could or we could at the incubator do X, Y, and Z if it was $100,000 more, don't wait, right? Take the opportunity right now, put it into a sort of a little bit of a proposal and a scope of work thing that we can believe in. And I'm going to bring 15 new childcare businesses into Santa Fe. What is that going to take, right? Is that grants for the individual businesses? I'm going to get 5 YouthWorks kids into their own food truck. So be it, right? What does that take? That's a cohort, right? Think of a program that you're actually going to be able to execute through this before you just come up with a $50,000 number and you go, man, I can't do any of these well. Right? So if each one is going to cost you $15,000 or $50,000, put a real number behind it. This is what the program's going to look like in 1 year, and this is what we hope to graduate out of this incubator.
Definitely, I can do that.
I know you can. So.
Thank you. And Deborah Torres is the current liaison at the city. I just want to give her a chance if she wanted to say something.
Chairman Greene, commissioners, thank you so much for having me today. I'm short, so I'm going to. I think it's a great opportunity to really connect who we are here in Santa Fe and the county, and to make sure that we are understanding what our pueblos need. To your point, Commissioner Greene, I think I'm one of the ones that tries to think out of the box with everybody else and make sure that we're really putting programs forward that are going to make a difference with every single one we touch. So again, thank you.
Thank you. And you also serve on our Arts Commission. So, see, this is how we all work together. Thank you, Juan. Thank you. All right. Matters from the county manager. Manager Shaffer.
Thank you, Chair Greene and Commissioners. I'll be brief. The next joint city council, joint city-county governing body meeting has tentatively been scheduled for October 29th, I believe at 1 p.m. The meeting invite should be on your calendar. If I understood it correctly from the interim city manager, we should be receiving later this week, presumably after tomorrow's city council meeting, the city councilors who've been assigned to the various action working groups. So those are the primary updates that I have. On the last item that was just discussed, as I understood, the incubator's proposal, it was to use this funding to actually build out that larger scale ask that you were requesting, Commissioner Greene, just as a point of clarification. But again, my update is really focused around the joint city-county collaboration and follow-up joint meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, County Manager. All right, items from the commissioners. I'm going to go start with Commissioner Kokari-Stone. Oh, yeah, you didn't expect
Took me
that.
by surprise,
I
Chair
did,
Greene.
that's right.
Good thing I had a cup of coffee. We all have our due diligence with our committees and so forth. The SWAMA met last week. We have the MPO tomorrow night. But I've really been spending my time in the last week trying to understand the facts around the ICE arrest and spending a lot of time with community organizers, our nonprofit, immigrant rights, human rights organizations in New Mexico and Santa Fe specifically. I want to thank the county management, County Manager Shaffer, Chanel, as well as the warden who came to an emergency meeting. We were supposed to roll up our sleeves last Wednesday night over there at City Hall. It wound up being a public forum, which is not always advised when ICE is in town and there's safety protocols, but everyone was safe, knock on wood. I think people are dismayed. I want to focus on a common call to action is safety first and resources. There's going to be more demonstrations. We appreciate everybody coming out, but we want to be sure that our immigrant community, those most impacted who are burdened every day, businesses have shut down. Children were taken and have been taken out of school. We know that the public school system does not allow learn at home post-COVID, particularly, but we do have volunteers transporting children. We have volunteers doing grocery shopping. There is a lack of information, and commissioners, I just want to say, we can play a role in calling for a full circle loop. The organizers, advocates, leaders, nonprofits talk, but we need more communication between the city and county. I've been speaking with various counselors, Mayor Garcia and his team, and also our management team, because there's been a spiked inquiries around what kind of information we collect. So for the public record, we have here that possibly 8 arrests were made, all the way up to 14 today before the commission meeting around 12:30. I was talking to folks, they say 14. The gentleman who was taken, his charges, the one that was arrested in the parking lot taking his daughter to La Familia Medical Center. By the way, FQHCs on the books at the federal level still say that they serve all people regardless of language, immigration status, and so forth. Walmart parking lot, there's also been rumors, I'm not going to repeat rumors, but commissioners, we have the opportunity to help mitigate disinformation and misinformation, and we don't have a feedback loop, so I'll be proposing something. I want to thank Attorney Boyd for working with me in the last week. We know that the city of Albuquerque has put forth the Safe Spaces Ordinance. Bernalillo County, Doña Ana County has, but they've also, the Trump administration has the federal courts judges in their pocket. So there's lawsuits against localities. We appreciate that we live in a state where legislators come out, our congressional members like Congresswoman Ledger Fernandez doing inquiries. We have amazing immigrant rights organizations, Contigo, some of them have demonstrated here, spoke here. Somos un Pueblo Unido. We have advocates like JP and Gina who really run communications on the South Side, and they do daily Facebook posts and feeds to get the word out. We have worked with Earth Care. The list goes on. There's the Immigrant Immigrant Committee that's official through the city. But I want to say our county has so much that we've done. We're not often highlighted in the New Mexican. And I know I'm hoping Daniel Frescas and the county manager, we can help get more of the word out, what we're doing. We still have on the books the ordinance passed in February that affirms, I'm sorry, it's Resolution 2025-015. It affirms this is for the public record, the county detention facility does not honor ICE administrative warrants or hold requests or house individuals for ICE civil immigration violations. The sheriff's office does not participate in ICE 287G program or directly enforce federal civil immigration laws. County departments do not independently gather residents' immigration status unless required by law, and we've pushed back on some of that, like with HUD. County community services are available to all, including the connector, contractors like Las Cumbres and the county, and we're committed to multilingual information. We, in fact, have the Know Your Rights training we did that 150 people came in February 2025. Daniel did a beautiful job. It's in English and in Spanish. We have a Know Your Rights resource page, and that's very important with the county. I have met with County Sheriff Mendoza and incoming Sheriff-elect Joy last week for coffee Thursday morning. I'll be meeting with them again. I just want to say, again, we can play a role in mitigating disinformation and misinformation and supporting a feedback loop. And I want to be proposing something that we could be doing with regards to that. Attorney Boyd will be working with me on finishing up, hopefully this week, something that will put teeth and not be symbolic around protecting county-owned facilities and spaces. We hope that will come forward for September 8th agenda. And the city's doing a comparable parallel resolution. But at the end of the day, it's what we practice and what we do that matters. And I really want to just emphasize, I will continue to beat the bushes. There's a Know Your Rights training tomorrow night. I'm not going to say where. It's private. Some of our advocates are looking at the emotional trauma impacts on children. I've connected them with our leader, Director Ann Ryan, and that team. I think our youth space that we're going to have is an opportunity to have safe youth space. Again, there's so many possibilities, but with the overstep and the violations of human dignities and creating mass fear, it's happening in our county, we all can play a role, and I will keep you posted, possibly through Walker and the county management. I think the community needs to see all of us out there more at the rallies. They look to the city for protections, but there's so much that we do and continue to do. And again, they look to the state legislature, but they're not in session. There's a gridlock in Congress. We can make an impact. We make democracy matter. And again, we have this rolling quorum thing, but I wish I could have just called each of you and called a special meeting on this. And we don't have it as a working group with the city. But again, I'm going to rely on our liaisons and our county management to try to get us to rally around what's happening. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kokari-Stone. Commissioner Johnson. Oh, I'm going random today.
Thank you, Chair. As Commissioner Kokari-Stone stated quite eloquently, this is a summer of intensity. And the ice raids that happened last week were horrible incidents of federal power and scare tactics that we can't abide by. And I appreciate your words, and I take them seriously. It's important that we, as a county, do all that we can to support communities that are vulnerable in our midst. It's part of our charge as elected officials. So I applaud you working with the county attorney. Again, quorum reasons, we can't always talk about this, but if you need a hand, I'm one that you can lean on. I think the other commissioners will feel the same. And in other news of intensity, the Frijoles fire was scary for all of us. It was something that is, visible on the horizon, literally. And, I'm sure Commissioner Greene will mention this. Commissioner Kakari Stone's district is also quite close to this area, but I want to thank the first responders. I want to thank the Forest Service. I want to thank all the partners that helped work on this threat to communities in our county. And I applaud our firefighters and everyone who risked their lives. The gentleman who unfortunately left us today, as Commissioner Greene mentioned during the in memoriam section. These are realities that hopefully at the federal level we can change the administration in a couple of years, but the fires are not likely to go away. So continued support for our firefighting efforts, prevention efforts, et cetera, is essential. I think I'll leave it there. We've been here quite a while, but I want to thank everyone who stuck around. Yeah, we have some work to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Commissioner Kakari Stone, for really, sharing the threat. It's been very difficult. I think it's really important to pay attention to the children. We understand why people have an ICE, if you will, and none of it has, let me just say, we understood from the guy who was elected as president that this was to take care of the worst of the worst, and children are being apprehended. Housekeepers are being apprehended. And I'm grateful for the work that you do and your presence in our community. It's absurd, it's not true, for the reasons it was stood up. People can wear masks in our community and then apprehend people. It's pure yellow. It's just cowardice and problematic. So thank you for that good work. On to a happier subject. We unscrewed a water hose and cut a ribbon at the senior center in Cerrillos. And it was a hoot, I have to admit. It was really nice. It was super fun. People were happy. People who call me and have threatened, you will reap what you sow. And I thought, oh. And it was a big love fest. Even the guy who said that to me said, you're forgiven. It was just so sweet. I'm like, thank you. So it was just super, super, super sweet. That being said, I am so incredibly grateful to every last person, starting with that guy, our county manager, and the effort that it took to work with everyone in getting that thing finished. A year and 2 months later, there were people who did raise their hand when I asked how many of you became senior citizens waiting for the senior center. But it got done, and it was the patience and the professionalism of this county that really worked with people who get really mad. They were probably, of all my communities, the ones that get maddest. But it was beautiful. It was really, really beautiful, and I don't think I'm overstating that. The next thing was a request for a community center in Edgewood. We had a medical, did I say medical center? Community center. We had a medical center, small medical center of sorts, that the county hasn't used the facility. We lease the land from the state land office, and the lease agreements say, because the state land office does not keep structures, that you have to return the building to, the land to its original state when you evacuate. And this building had been sitting for a while. It was just not going to be rehabilitated. Meanwhile, we did have people in Edgewood who said, why can't you just rehabilitate it so we can have a community center? The problem with that is, one, it's going to cost way more to rehabilitate. Two, the county isn't going to spend money to rehabilitate something, that doesn't, it wasn't going to make sense. We were already out of the lease. So were we going to go lend, either release it and give it to the town, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There were all kinds of proposals to not level this building. And the answer was, no, it has to be raised, the end of the story. Now, where is the final end of this story is the community really could use a community center. They have a lovely senior center, but it's small, and it really doesn't suffice for the whole community. But the opportunity is for the county to support, and I promise that in my next 4 years I will support getting a community center for Edgewood. But one of the criteria is I think that there needs to be a working group that is made up of, it's a by, what's the word, when you have people who agree with each other, bipartisan, thank you. No, I'm forgetting the term. Is it bipartisan? They have to have both the conservatives and the progressives bipartisan. Thank you. Wow, I'm old. Or something. I don't know what happened in here. I've been deprived of food all too long. But, sorry about that, Chair. But the bottom line is a bipartisan working group to make a plan. This is a community that does not work together. It is incredibly conservative. And ne'er the two shall meet in conversation. But a community center is what they need. Then they can get together and work on a plan, and we can try to support that when we get there. So that happened, and that all feels very promising, and thank you.
I can see the community center with a line right down the middle.
Yeah, pink and baby blue.
Something like that. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, well, my mind is obviously in Rhode Island and not on things, but I appreciate all that you brought up. I was at the Cerrillo Senior Center opening with Commissioner Kakari Stone, and she's right, that was rather wonderful. Other than that, I'll save it all for the next meeting.
All right, I think you got
Thank
your commissioners messed
You are-
up, but that's all right. That's
you are
it was
way in
Commissioner
Rhode Island.
Bustamante, but
Oh, what did I say?
you said Kakari Stone, but that's all right. Yeah,
Oh,
that's all
yeah,
right. You're in Rhode Island,
Bustamante.
not Long Island.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. For my part, I don't know where this falls for the county or for the city, but you have these signs going up at restaurants and private spaces that say ICE is not welcome. And I know that the La Familia property in the city was city property, and I know La Familia's property in the county in the Agua Fria Village is county property. And I don't know if it's as simple as posting signs that basically say, ICE is not welcome, don't come onto this property, and to protect people from that space. Of course, they have to leave the property at some point, but I wonder if there's measures that we can take to, short of being a public meeting where people can come in and out, and even in that case, they shouldn't be coming in here to arrest people and do that. But that's just a thought on that thing here. But as mentioned, really the most important thing that was going on in the last 2 weeks in District 1 has been the Frijoles fire. And it's been profound and scary and promising and collaborative and really pretty amazing at all levels. Working with folks from the tribes, working with the federal interagency group. It's a California Complex Interagency Incident Management Team. As mentioned, there's very few of them in the country. It's a level 1 team. They get dispatched for 2 to 3 weeks, and then they time out. These guys are amazing. So we are coming to the end of this. They're leaving. Some of them have already started leaving. I got a message from one person today that left town, and I was very sad that I didn't get to say goodbye personally to him. But these people are unbelievably professional, unbelievably. They came into to the meeting up north in Espanola at McCurdy's, and they really understood the community up there. They came in talking about acequias and water rights and protecting the things that were the most important to the folks up there, and to all of us. And they got it. I would say they were in the 90% maybe 95% pronouncing communities properly, right? I mean, this is like, you come into somewhere and you go, I don't even know how to say Cundillo, right? But they came in and they knew how to say Cundillo, and they knew all, Truchas wasn't a weird word for them. They really got it really quickly. But besides that, one of the things that I learned about these folks is they came from California, and one of the gentlemen there, his family was evacuated from his home, and he's a firefighter from the Reno area. He could be home fighting the fire in Reno, and he was fighting the fire for us. And that's really going above and beyond for a community that isn't your own. And so, Bill Miller, Mike Page, Jerry Martinez, Scott Lynn, these guys, this team, it's been pretty amazing, and we really need to, when this fire is over, we're going to have a couple proclamations, and we're going to have to send them bags of green chili, because the one thing that they're missing out on is they're eating well because they got a federal canteen over there that's cooking for them, but they don't have green chili, so they definitely need to feel like we love them. So to the fire team and the California Complex Interagency Incident Management Team 8, thank you so much for being here. We love you. It's been amazing to work with you guys over there. They will be leaving in the next 48 to 72 hours. We don't know what we're going to get afterwards, whether we get another level 1 team or whether we get another, we downgrade to a level 3. It would be a good news if we go to a level 3, because that means the fire is less of a threat. But nonetheless, it's been great to have a level 1 team here. During this, we had a meeting up in Chimayo with Representative Teresa Leger Fernandez. We spoke with the folks from the Cundillo area and the land grant and the acequias up there. She had an impromptu meeting up there, and I was invited and showed up, and they said, oh, funny thing, good thing the county's here, because there's a few things that are on the county list that the feds can't do. So it was good that we were there to represent, and I want to thank the representatives team for making sure I was there. Lastly, up in the Pewaukee area, the Pewaukee Terraces Mobile Home Park has been without water now for about a week and a half. I know there's very limited things that we can do, but I really hope that we can figure out more in this conversation, whether that's creating mobile showers for them or finding other resources that can help those communities. I think it's upwards of upper 50s, maybe 60 units up there. That's 60 families that have gone over 10 days without water in their home, and we got to do something there. I know that it's limited, we're limited at that, but I would hope that we would find, it's, for these families, it's an emergency, and let's do what we can do. For Commissioner Kokari-Stone, if you feel like there's some discussion that you want to have with the 5 of us to call a meeting with this ICE conversation, that you want to have a presentation about solutions, but a special working session on that, I'm game. Just please reach out. We can schedule something. Hopefully everybody can attend, and we can see what all of the resources and focus on that, so we don't take up precious time of one of these meetings, but that we have a focused meeting on that. I'd be willing to do that. But once again, a big thank you to Team 8 from California, near and dear in our heart, and thank you to everybody who's been fighting the fire, all the hot shots from the West, and our condolences to Mr. Lupe and his family and his team from San Carlos. Thank you very much. Other elected officials? Anybody online? All right, well, there we go. County Attorney Boyd, what do you got for us?
Good evening, Chair Greene and members of the commission. I have 3 items for discussion in closed executive session. One, a potential breach of contract action concerning agreement number 2022-201 CDD-KE. Number two, a potential breach of contract action and land acquisition relating to the county's construction of the SR-14 Interceptor project. And three, request authorization to negotiate the acquisition or pursue condemnation of an easement for the Santa Fe Rail Trail. All three of those items, those items all concern threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe is or may become a participant, and therefore the Open Meetings Act allows closed session discussion of those items on that basis. That two of those items, items 2 and 3, also concern acquisition or disposal of real property, and that would be an alternative basis for closed session discussion. So I'd appreciate a motion to enter closed session, and it doesn't need restating, but that motion and vote needs to be a roll call.
Yes, sir. Somebody do the honors?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
All right, it's moving. All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Johnson, a second from Commissioner Bustamante to go into executive session to discuss these three items. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Hank Hughes, Commissioner Adam Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Camila
Yes.
Bustamante,
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari Stone,
Yes.
and Chair Justin Greene.
Yes. So this is going to take a little bit of time, right? No? Oh, I like, oh.
Chair Greene, I think we can be very quick.
Very quick? Excellent, impressive. Okay, we will do our best to be quick. Thank you, everybody. We'll be back. righty. It is now 8:15. We are coming back from executive session. Can somebody take us out, please?
Go ahead.
No, you know how to say it.
I'd like to move to come out of executive session stating that we did not make any decisions or discuss any items other than what was on the agenda.
Second.
Excellent. We've got a motion from Commissioner Bustamante, a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Let the record show that Commissioner Hughes dropped off, please. So it's 4-0. And we're back. Okay. What do you got for us, Attorney Boyd?
Chair Greene and members of the commission, in regards to the potential approval of a forbearance agreement concerning agreement number 2022-201, I would request a motion delegating authority to the county manager to negotiate and execute that forbearance agreement.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Johnson, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. We got forbearance. You see, you waited all day, Jen, just for that. You can go now. Thank you.
Start daylight savings.
On the only other item I have for you, commissioners, is that I respectfully request that you authorize the county manager and county attorney to negotiate the acquisition of an easement for the Santa Fe Rail Trail with Michael McCulloch and Kathleen McCulloch, and if necessary, pursue condemnation of that easement.
It's my district. I will make that motion.
I'll second it.
We have a motion from Commissioner Johnson, a second from Commissioner Kokari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it's unanimous again. All right. Anything else from anybody? Announcements?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All right. We have a motion from Commissioner Johnson to adjourn, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Excellent. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.